Give me a second. I was in the other room. Nice to see you, Sly. Fucking bullshit. There you go. There you go, girl. I'm gonna go get me some coffee. Hey, you. Hang on, I gotta turn my sound on.
Excuse me. Got me knocking on the door and shit. What the hell?
Hey, I woke up late. What can I say? I don't set no alarm. I just wake up when I wake up.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I was in somebody else's chat on somebody else's panel. You remember that kid, that man I said, Billy the Kid Norwood? You remember me mentioning his name?
I think so, yeah.
He coming out chat one time, your chat one time, maybe. I'm not sure. But anyway, so Billy the Kid Norwood invites me up on his panel, right? I didn't want to go because he had been drinking. So I
Uh,
didn't really want to go. But being as though he, praised me and loved me and this, that, and the other, I went up on this panel. And at the instant I didn't agree with him, guess what he did? As soon as I don't agree with these YouTube streets people, they want to call me all kinds of names, kick me out, all that kind of crazy shit, right? Just so they could get clicks and views. Look at what I did to Sly Shy. Yeah, I called her a bitch in a cunt. You know what I mean? Like,
if that's what you
so,
got to brag about, then I feel sorry for you.
yo, listen, I know. That's what I'm saying. So anyway, I met Drop and Jamie. So I told them if they want to come over and talk about, talk with, hang out with some freedom fighters, people that kind of like, live off the grid as much as possible. So I told them about you.
Right on.
Okay. So I told them they are welcome anytime, that they would have a good time with you. So yeah, man. That man, look, waking up early in the morning, to want to hang out with people and stuff. You know what I mean? I would notice seeing he was live. I asked my boy Billy, I know he a drinker, whatever. But I try not to indulge with his behavior when he's like that because I know he's not reasonable. He don't know how to think, right?
Right.
But as soon as I said something that he didn't, he I shared, so he asked me a question and I was honest. And when I was honest with my answer, he went like,
Postal
shut
on you,
up.
huh?
Huh?
He went postal on you.
Well, he didn't go postal necessarily. He made fun of what I was telling him. He made fun of what I told him. A
Yeah.
childhood bad experience, he made fun of it.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Yeah, He called himself getting me back by he asked me an honest question. He asked me a question. I answered it honestly, and because of how he was feeling about the stories that he was telling us, he automatically thought that I was saying that about him. He thought
Right.
it on his own. I didn't have to say anything, right? I didn't
Right.
say, this is what you were. I didn't say none of that. He automatically thought in his head that's what I was saying.
Right.
So he said all on, oh, you're trying to make me out to be, oh, you're trying to make me out to be. I'm not trying to make you out to be anything. That's your guilty conscience, not mine. You know what I mean?
Right.
So how am I trying to make you feel, some kind of way? I never said that. That's your way of thinking. If you thought that about yourself, then that's your issue, not mine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just can't. I just don't understand how people could just, He said he was proud too. He said, Larry, he said he was in the third grade. They was watching a movie in class. He said he liked the little black girl. And he had to tell a black girl story, right? He said he liked the little black girl. Now he was in the third grade. I liked the little black girl. So uh they made some kind of plan in the third grade to go for him to follow her to the bathroom.
What?
So wait. So he followed her to the bathroom and he said he felt her up or whatever. And then he was like, yeah, I touched a black girl. I was in the third grade. Yeah, I felt up a black girl. He was proud. He was proud of it. So I was like, yo, no, man, no, don't make it seem like you glorifying that you in the third grade and you following your little classmates to the bathroom. Don't glorify. Oh, I'm not glorifying it. I'm just saying, I'm just being honest of what I did. It was fun. I said, but you're telling people now, being as though this was then, you're telling
Right.
people now, teach your kids to watch out for little boys like you,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
is that what I got? Because he said at third grade that this is what he was doing, right? So I'm saying, well, this day and age, parents are listening to you around the world, and they saying, oh shit, I gotta hide my little dirty magazines, or my son might find them and want to go act out in the first grade.
Right.
That's what he said. In the first grade, he found his friend found the dirty books, and then they went and act out. He was proud of it, right? Okay, y'all was babies, but you acted out then, and then you got into the third grade and you acted out again. That sounds like a little pattern. That
Yeah.
you was a little,
And I,
you get it, right?
oh yeah, and I thought I was interested early in sex at like 12.
Yeah, he was excited about now. He's saying being as though now he remembers it really clear, right? But he's saying it now like it was okay.
Yeah.
Even though you're being honest and sharing your thoughts, but you're saying it like, yo, I did it. So what?
I
No, you
did it.
don't want
I
to
did
tell.
it. It was cool. It was great. It was, like, yeah,
Yeah, it was
you
fun.
should have your kids go out and do it too.
Yeah, it was fun. That's what we do. That's what kids do. No, you don't
I don't
tell the
know.
world that
No.
your kids is finding smut magazines and going to act out. You don't tell the world that kind of shit. You don't tell the world that little boys in the third grade be following their little girls to the bathroom. You don't tell the world that.
Yeah. And be proud of it.
Right. He was like, but I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. I said, but you sound like you're glorifying it. Right. So then he asked me the question, when was the first time I had an encounter? And I was brutally honest. I said I was 3 years old and a grown man had his hands in my pants. I
Yeah.
was brutally honest,
Right.
right? Guess what he said?
Hmm.
You want to hear it?
I
You
don't
ready?
know, but go ahead.
All right. He said, oh, look at her. Look at her. She talking about me as a kid. And she got fucked in her ass and in her pussy when she was 3 years old.
God.
That's what he said to my response of me being honest. He said, look at her. She talking about me. This is how he said it. I'm not lying. You can play the clips. She talking about me and she got fucked in her ass and her pussy at the age of 3. That's how he said it.
Big difference when you're willingly and not willingly.
He didn't see it that way, Larry. He thought because he thought in his own brain pedophile, he said that I called him a pedophile. I didn't. You was a
Right.
child and you messed with a child, right?
Right.
So
Right.
that's not a pedophile, is it?
No, not as far as I know.
Thank you. So when he got in his brain and said, "Oh, you're trying to call me a pedophile," I said, "No." I said, "Were you a child?" He said, "But I wasn't. Well, we didn't do anything." I said, "Were you a child?"
Yeah.
Yeah, but we didn't penetrate. I tried. He even said, "I tried." I said, "But was you a child?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Was they a child?" He said, "Yes." I
And
said,
you
"There you
can't be a
go.
pedophile. Yeah.
You know, you're not a pedophile. You're a child messing with another child."
Exactly.
But you continued on with that behavior through school.
Right.
And you was proud that you followed a little black girl in the bathroom and played with her. That was entertaining to you, right? So I wanted to make it clear this day and age, parents, talk to your kids about when they find a dirty magazine. Don't be going nowhere in the closet trying to act out.
Yeah.
Look, parents, talk to your little girls. Don't let them little boys follow them in the bathroom.
Hey, Sly, we got Bruce Gas Boxing and Jazz and more in the chat. He's been here the last few days. He seems like a really cool man. He's
All
here
right,
every
Bruce.
morning for the last like 3 or 4 days. It's been cool having you.
Cool. Hey, Bruce, how are you? Don't let Larry drag you into this coming up on his panel and all that. If you don't want to.
Oh, I already did. I already
I know
tried.
you did. You started to get like that other channel. Hey, don't be down there typing in the chat. Come on up on the panel.
Well, we all have our moments.
I know, baby. You know I love you. But I got a little feistiness in me this one. I've been up since
I don't
3:30.
blame you. I don't blame you
And
one bit.
and
I'd
and
be
he
all fucking
invited
feisty too.
Yeah, he invited me up on this panel. I go up on this panel showing him love, talking to him like I met him because he was drunk. That's how I met him.
Yeah.
Right. And, when I talked to him, he fell in love with me. Well, he liked me because I was, talking about how I was sober and stayed sober and this, that, and the other, so I kind of clung to him for that reason.
Right.
So, we having fun in the chat, but then when you started talking like that, I'm like starting to question, wait, you got a pattern of first grade, third grade, fourth grade, what the fuck? You got a pattern of some sex deviant shit when you was a baby. I said, well,
Yeah, and
where
that
was
just
your
kind of
parent?
and that just kind of makes me wonder what the hell else was going on in that house.
Or my mouth. Look at my mouth. Oh my God, Larry, why you ain't tell me my mouth I got the white all in my corner of my mouth, Larry? Yeah, that's that. See, that's that. That's that crackhead shit they be talking about, Larry. Why you ain't help me, man?
I couldn't really see it.
I can see it. Shit, damn it. Look, they'll be pulling me up. We told you all she was a crackhead. Look at the corner of her mouth. That's the shit they do, Larry. I'm telling you, man.
She's
Look,
holding
let
on.
me.
She's holding out on us. She's holding out on
Yeah.
us.
Look,
Damn it.
they be talking about she be doing dab. That's crack. That's not dab. That's crack.
Yeah.
No, that's just because I've been up early and fussing at this guy, man. Got my mouth all dry and white looking and shit. What the fuck? I'm fixing it, Larry. I'm fixing it. I'm getting it together. My lip gloss. My lip gloss gonna be popping.
You want to go outside? Huh? You want to go outside?
She came to get her couple of minutes of fame, Larry.
Yeah, well, her window's blocked. Go ahead. Get
All
out
right.
there.
My lip gloss is popping now.
All right.
All right, I ain't come to stay with you. I'm getting ready to get out of here, man. But I had to come up and tell you that Drop and Jamie might stop by, and
That's
you know,
cool, and I appreciate it, no doubt. And you have a great day, and don't let the door hit you in the ass.
well, dang, I ain't say bye yet. Damn, Larry, dang, bye, dang, Larry, you always kicking me out the lounge before it's time for me to go.
I know.
I'll be all right though. How was your day yesterday? I'm sorry that I told you I was going to be
Don't be
busy.
sorry, girl. You got your life, and I'm glad that you're doing, shit that you want to do and making your future.
Well, just keeping me happy a day at a time is all I need to do. Really, all I'm
There you
doing.
go. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't worry. Look. Oh wait. So the headlines is what they call the breaking news. There you go, breaking news. So they planning a blackout, right? I mean, they planning a all lights out, electric. They planning an outage, right, Larry?
I haven't heard about that. No,
Man, Larry, they planning an outage, right? Have you noticed all of them damn what you call them?
that's going to be our next.
Generators. All them generators being sold. I mean, being advertised on YouTube. Have you saw it?
I haven't seen any, but they're
Oh,
planning the next.
it's been look, they was talking about it. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I heard a little glimpse of it. And the next thing is going to be power outage because they want you to buy those generators. They want you to start getting ready to get those generators. That's what they're going to do. So they planning, they're going to do a test. Trust me, they're going to do a test. Yes. I think they did it.
And now we got these banks closing and shit. You know why they want to go digital, don't you? So they can keep track of all of our moves.
Yeah, well, wait. So yesterday when I got my new phone, when I ordered my new phone, he said, do you want a SIM card or do you want to do, I guess, digital SIM? And I'm like, no, I want a SIM card. They know y'all ain't keeping be all up in my business. No. Tracking me, and no, not with my
So they got digital SIM now, huh?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Larry.
Wow.
I was like, oh no, y'all got facial recognition and voice. Now they want your voice.
Yeah. I wanted to say good morning to Mary too. She's in the chat. Morning,
good morning, Mary. Yeah, it's all a plan, Larry. It's all a plan, right? They done invested, a lot of these people that invested in crypto, all that crazy shit. Also that pandemic, everybody, not just the people, all of them rich, all of them Congress, all of them people, they took advantage of the system as well during COVID. Right?
Oh yeah, they made millions of dollars.
Yeah, they did. But they're gonna try to make it seem like the people did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? They're not gonna look at what they did. They're gonna try to make it seem like the people did it.
Well, of course, it can't be their fault. It's got to be ours.
Yeah, and that's what they trying to push now, Larry. And that's right. So, I think that everybody should be prepared to just pay attention, not be prepared. Well, be prepared that shit's is about to start happening because this election is real close, right?
Yeah,
It's almost time to vote for another president, right?
yeah,
So they gonna do all that they can to make Biden out to be the bad guy that fucked up everything when all of this shit was fucked up since day one.
well, yeah, they're working together in the long run too.
Yeah, they
There,
all are.
there- there's
Go
no
ahead.
difference between a Republican and a Democrat. They're both fucking evil.
The whole system is corrupt.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Anytime they have hearings and stuff and they don't do anything, they ain't doing nothing but wasting the taxpayers' money.
Oh yeah, trying to make it look like they're doing a good
Yeah,
job,
they
but
ain't not
spinning the
doing
wheel,
shit. Don't
spinning the
nothing
wheel.
happen. They do
Yeah,
all of that shit and don't nothing happen.
if that was me, I'd be in prison for 50 years.
You know it. You know it. All the corruption they got. They was the ones telling their family members. All of the Donald Trump told them 2016, if y'all don't fix the loopholes, I'm going to take advantage of them.
Right.
So people got on the phone and said, Trump, teach me how to take advantage of them before they change them. So he taught everybody how to do that shit. Everybody heard what he said. If you don't fix the loopholes, I'm going to take advantage of them.
Right.
If you don't change the law, I'm going to use the law to benefit me.
Right. And why shouldn't we?
Not us, but it's not us. Because if
Right.
we
I
do it,
know,
we
but I'm just saying.
criminals.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
If we did some fraud shit, we go to, like you said, 50 years in jail. They throw us under the jail. If we came up with the smart sense to swindle the system.
We'd be out there digging the new foundation for the new prison.
You know what I mean? And Larry, why do people think that the prison system ain't slavery?
I don't know.
I mean, because when Linda was saying that, you know, she disagreed with them making stuff, I'm quite sure she ain't been in prison for a longer time, right? Not the way she looked like she living. She ain't been in prison a long time. Things have definitely changed, but slavery is still in prison. If they could get them to work $2-3 cents a day, right? What is
I
that?
don't know. I was in jail in the mid 70s, and I felt like I was a slave. You know.
Yeah, but that's because you was, and back then they didn't have all of that where you worked on the railroads or stuff when you back in the 60s or the 50s. You know what I mean?
Right.
The rock gang and all of that kind of stuff, right? But
Right.
I'm talking about when they found out that they can benefit by having certain shops in prisons,
Oh yeah.
right? License plates was the first start of it, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Then they said, oh shit, we can make this, we can make that. I watched the Orange is the New Black. They had electricians making shit. They had wood shop people making shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they were
Yeah.
selling.
Mary says if you're alive, they are tracking you.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you go out your door, when you sign on your computer, yeah, they tracking you. That's why I watch what the fuck I say, man.
And that's why this guy last night was talking about the banks and why they want to go digital. They're like, well, they're tired of you paying the guy that mows your lawn, money, and they want some tax out of it from that money. So they want to know when you're spending money. They don't want you to have cash. They want you to go all digital so they can track everything you're doing and tax you more money for it.
Exactly. All of these listen, everybody invested. That's why the banks are crying now. Everybody invested in something. right? Trust me, there are a lot of them invested in this. Larry, did you see my video yesterday
Which one?
on my channel? The one you probably never frequent.
I watched that one against the 12 cops getting indicted.
No, I said my video on my channel.
Oh, about the robot?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, that
sir.
was too high. That was too high.
So you know what they doing? They got
Oh, yeah.
self-checkout. Now they got robots, cops. Now they got robot security. And they wonder why people are homeless.
Yeah.
They
Exactly.
wonder why people ain't working. How many high-class jobs do you have for people to work? Why can't people work being cashiers? Why can't people work being security? Because y'all don't want to pay nobody. You want to collect all the money for yourself and then you want to cry, oh, business. Oh, people are so, and people are, people are on drugs. People doing fit. Oh, you're crying, but you're forcing people into these situations. You can't cry about people being when they're being forced into these situations. Oh, ain't nobody forcing them. Yes, they are. If you can't even be a fucking cashier,
Yeah.
if you got self-service, every fucking thing, people are forced to be homeless because they don't have a job.
Yeah. You did that. You did that perfect though. You were walking in the parking lot and you're like, wait a minute. Is that a fucking robot I see? I gotta go check this shit out. And then you're like, damn, it is a fucking robot. What's that say? Oh, it's a fucking security guard.
Yeah, Larry, I'm telling you all, you gotta watch my shit, man. I'm telling you, when I make videos, I'm funny, man. You know what I mean?
That was good though. That definitely was good.
You gotta check me out, man. I'm telling you, a lot of people gotta check me out. When I make a video, man, trust me, it's gonna be one of them ones you're gonna be like, that damn Sly Shy, she funny as fuck. But yeah, so
check this out.
I just wanted to share my morning with you, man. It happens to me a lot. You know what I mean? Just like, people always ask me, well, why you don't go up on panels no more? Or why you don't go up on that panel? Why you don't go in? Because I don't want a drama bond.
Yeah.
I don't want to argue with you about dumb shit. I don't want to get called a bunch of bitches and cunts because I don't agree with you.
Right.
I don't want to get called the problem, she started it. She's the drama person. How had I started it? You know what I mean? When you coming at me, how do I start it? Just like the people say, why you recording me? You standing in my face talking about why am I recording you?
That's what gets me all the time is I'll see like these people like DMV and libraries seem to be the worst two spots. They'll be
Yes,
sitting
they
in
are.
DMV and they'll be off in the corner and the guy will be looking totally the opposite way and they're like, what the fuck you doing? And so like, what are you going to do? You're going to turn around and see who the hell's yelling at you.
Right, exactly.
So if you don't want to be on fucking camera, why are you making a scene?
Right. Or why would you walk up to the camera and say, why are you recording me?
Exactly. Yeah.
Dummy, because you walked up to the camera.
I watched, right? I watched Eli's one about that one where he was by that car sales place.
That's the most recent one, Larry.
Yeah, I watched that one the other day. It was pretty good.
Okay, now, Larry, I want you to understand something too, right? That these videos aren't made for entertainment purposes only. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do I mean, Larry?
He's got other arterial motives.
Okay. All right. So now we're gonna get this clear for the people that might be watching, because there is no ulterior motive. There's just practicing
His
your
freedom.
freedom. Right.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
that's just what it is. Practicing his freedom. You hear how he talk, right?
Right.
It's he talks I talk like that. Like, why are you coming up to me touching my shit? Right?
Right.
No, you
Right.
shouldn't be touching me.
Right.
You know, Riverside Accountability. I think it's Riverside County Cop Watch, I believe. But all of them, people come out and approach them and touch their stuff, put their hands on them, and then they wonder why they get sprayed with pepper spray.
Yeah.
I'm gonna protect myself. You coming running up on me, touching my shit.
Right.
What's wrong with you, man? Why you pepper spray me? Nigga, cause you came all up in my face.
Yeah.
What? I'm gonna let you get me first? No. Oh,
Well,
excuse me.
then things are so screwed up. Like, there's been a few times I've been had charges of assault against me, and I was the one that was assaulted or threatened to be killed.
Yeah, but being as though you was the calm one, they want to let the bad one back out on the street, right? They gotta be the one. They's gonna be the ones that let out on the street so they can kill somebody. You understand where I'm coming from? See, the good
Yeah.
person, right? We gonna teach you a damn lesson. But the
Well,
bad person, like your neighbors, right? They shine the light all on the good people's shit. They ride right past the shit and piss.
right. Well, with me, like the last one was this guy cut my $350 electrical cord in half,
Mm-hmm.
and I went down there, and just as I went down there to talk to him to tell him I was going to go get his money, I saw him cutting my cord. I'm like, "What the fuck you doing, dude?" And he
Uh-huh.
jumps up and he fucking swings these cutters, and they're like a half inch from my belly, telling me he's
Right.
going to kill me. So
Uh-huh.
what am I supposed to do? I'm going to defend myself. I defended myself. It's not my fault I got the upper hand, you
Right.
know.
Right.
And I'm just the one that went to jail.
Mm-hmm.
And that went.
Yeah.
I went to court. I think it was 8 or 10 times, and that motherfucker never had to show up one time. But I had to go 8 or 10 different times. And then finally, oh, well, we're going to set you up for trial. And the trial gets set up. And of course, he doesn't show up. And, oh, well, I guess we don't have as much evidence against you as you thought we did. So we're going to drop the charges. What the fuck? Of course I didn't do anything.
And but you see
I
what they did
protected
to you though.
myself.
You see what they did to you? They
Fucked with.
made you spend money.
Oh, I didn't have to spend it. Well, the only money I had to spend is go back and forth to get there. Yeah.
Did you have to spend money?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. If you was living in another state, they would have really, really been glad of that. The nigga gotta come. He gotta come. He gotta be here tomorrow morning. So he gonna come. He gonna spend the night. He gonna get a hotel room. He might drive. He gonna get gas. You know, he might have a lawyer. Got a lawyer. You know, you spending money.
Right.
They don't give a fuck if you broke the law or not. You're spending money. They
Right.
are generating money.
Hey, Nubs. Good to see you, man.
Good morning, Nubs. No matter what you do, their purpose is to generate money, whether you're wrong or you're right. You take that up with the courts. That's what they tell you. Oh,
Yeah.
we gonna violate your rights. We don't care. Take it up with the courts. Tell a judge, right? Because nothing will happen to them.
Yeah.
Then you got to go to court and fight and beg and plead and all of that, just to prove you're innocent. But you're guilty until you're proven innocent. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
How you gonna be guilty and then prove that you're innocent? So they saying like the couple of people just got out of jail for life. I mean, for being in jail wrongly in prison, right? They got found guilty. I mean, they was guilty before they got found innocent. So they spent 20 something years locked up in prison until somebody found them innocent.
Right.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, it ain't right. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, we gonna lock you up, and then you fight to prove you're innocent.
But
Look,
there
yeah, this,
again, they're having to spend money to prove their innocence.
and look who it's coming from.
Yeah.
Court and everything. All of that shit is coming out your pocket.
Oh yeah.
Every time they have court, those 10 times, it still was coming out of your pocket, babe. Not
Oh
you
yeah.
didn't have to spend money per se, you know what I mean? Like give them $1,000 every time you went there. But look at what they took from the taxpayers all those 10 times they had you come.
Right. And of course,
They got
every time,
paid.
and then every time they have court, it's got to cost us 10 grand, so.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Yup, the taxpayers got to pay for that every time you go to court,
Right,
right?
right. Yeah,
You
that's what I'm
still
saying.
paying it. Not so much like I said out your pocket, but you're
Right.
still paying that,
You paid
because you
for it one way or another.
exactly taxes.
Right.
Then every time you turn around, they raising prices. What's that? More taxes.
Yep.
People don't look at it like that. People don't look at, the tax money. They don't look at it like that. All these prices. Every
Well, and
time they raise. Go
the
ahead.
thing is too is what really gets me is, you know, you can only make $15,000 in the year 2023 before you have to start paying taxes. $15,000 nowadays is fucking nothing. Fucking nothing. Why in the fuck at $15,000 should I have to give you fucking money? To me that doesn't make any sense. It's
Cause
like,
you work for them, Larry. Ain't that crazy? Like who signed the contract? I could not sign a contract to say I want to work for the United States corporation, federal corporation, and for the rest of my life. I didn't agree to that shit.
yeah, exactly.
Right? And that's what y'all doing. That's crazy. They have, if you don't have any children, I don't have any children, right? They have me on a fixed income after all the work I've done.
Right.
Right? So, but you still being as though you won't work for us now. We ain't giving you shit. Right? You only get what we say you earned. Yeah, I mean. And if you earn too much, we want it back.
Yeah, that's what's happening to me.
Ain't that's some shit?
They think I'm so rich, because I'm a few pennies over poverty level that, I have 2 pennies too much, so.
So because you and Mary don't depend on them, right? They don't want to do shit for you.
Yeah.
Right? But if you retire, you paid into everything.
Right.
You
I
ain't
already
getting
I
shit
already gave
free.
them my $2 million, so they can, at least give me $5.
Right, but you ain't do shit for free though, Larry. You worked
Right.
for it.
Right.
You
Right.
you earned your little slave earnings.
Yep.
So why
But then,
can't they let you have it? Like, why do they have to, monitor everything you do? Like, I remember back in the day they had to come, the tax, whatever, had to come and count your items. You had to get a audit, count the items of stuff you had in your house, and where did you get it from, and how was you able to afford a couch?
yeah.
Stuff like that, yo.
Yeah.
Shoot, who bought you that couch? I worked for it and I earned it. Or how much did you make that week to buy that couch? Like you wasn't supposed to be able to earn no extra money to buy no damn couch. You was supposed to go to the hand-me-down store and get a bed, get a what you call it, bed bug couch, because we had one.
Yeah. Come on
Sunshine, just
down.
comply. Just
I'm not.
comply. You know the bank's closing. It's not a plan. It's just it's a couple of bad business decisions by a couple of really good people. Come on now. Just comply.
All right,
I can't have
oh shit.
It's not helping.
Soon as you start telling the truth, Nubs, they blanked your ass out. They said that Nubs, he ready to tell the truth again. Nope.
I'm just saying comply. You're not complying enough.
I can't. Now let me ask you a question. What am I supposed to do with my money now?
Oh, you don't have any. You don't need it. Just give it back to the government or give it to some nice drug addict that will use it for good things.
I mean, I'm like stuck, man. I just got I got a few dollars just to sit on, huh? The fuck? The banks
All right, I'll tell you what. You can donate it. You can donate it to me. I will make sure that money goes to good usage. Okay. That way you won't be burdened down with having things like cash.
Okay. Yeah, I need to find out what I'm going to do with it, man. Because I don't even know what's going on. All I keep hearing is banks and people crying. That's all I've been hearing. I don't even know what the whole deal is. I know that the government robbed the banks for about 3 years now, and I know that. But other than that, I don't know what's going on.
All right. Well, let me tell you a story, okay?
Yeah.
You ready for my story?
Ready.
There was once a wonderful government that wanted nothing but the best for the people.
Is that the end of your story? Wait, or did you freeze? Wait, hold up. See, they cut him off.
No, I had to take a dab to make it believable.
Oh! I look, Nubs. I thought they got you, man. I thought they froze you and everything.
So, a long time ago, you had this wonderful government, and they were for the people, their money, of the people, their time, and by the people, their neighbors. And they came up with some propaganda that says, see something, say something. There was once another group that used that slogan. Anyways, all we need to do in this story is comply with the government. They will save you. They will give you everything that your heart could ever desire. Just comply. Compliance is the #1 most important situation, and donation is #2 because you must comply to donate. So donate your money to your local tax organization. Bow down to your local and federal leaders. Policemen, make sure you lick the boots of all and every single policeman.
Yeah.
Heed my story and live well.
Yup. Yup.
Hail government. Hail the government. Hail the government.
And one day, we can all live like they do in Ohio, with clean drinking water and fresh air, brought to you by Vanguard and BlackRock.
Wait, don't forget the other one. Enron.
Oh, no. BlackRock and Vanguard, they own all that shit.
Okay. So that other name, just a third party, probably, right? Okay,
just a company owned by companies.
I got you. I got you.
which is the same company.
Yeah, right.
Jamie and Drop. Jamie and Drop, if you're watching, good morning. I'm telling you, you like these guys if you join in and come in a chat or come up on the panel. You like Nubs and
No,
Larry and
no,
Mary.
no,
So
no.
good. So
Unless
good.
they comply with the government, they will not be accepted here.
They
We are
they
compliance
comply.
only.
Look, they comply. One of
Their
them,
adhesions is strict.
Drop has a pantry like Larry. He complies. He has a pantry
Mm,
like Larry.
Here's my
You hear me,
pantry.
Larry? Wait, your pantry ain't as full as Larry's though. Larry got a pantry, man. I'm talking about full pantry. Hey,
Yeah, but my
hey,
shit, my
Nubs,
shit's green.
you get your generator yet? Oh, I like the green pantry though. Yeah, can I come visit that one? Can I hang out in your pantry?
Well, that's it. It's a different kind of green. My green is food, but
Oh, that's fair. You just bust my bubble.
well, at least I busted it before. I'm not like the
Wait, didn't
government and have you stand in line and then find out that what you thought wasn't right, and now you're in jail.
didn't you have plants before though? Didn't you show your was that you? Did you have plants before?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Did you show us your,
questions.
did you
I
show
don't
us your
answer questions.
okay, all right. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah,
You're
we're
right.
just
You're
gonna go
right.
to straight. I don't answer questions,
You're right. You're
especially
right.
to people like yourself that just are not compliant with the government.
Are you trying to call me an agent?
I'm not trying to do anything. If I were gonna call you an agent shy, I would call you an agent shy.
Thank you. This is why I love you, man.
What's your badge number?
I don't answer
Larry. That is not how you get a badge number from an agent.
Nope.
And you know
Evidently.
what their badge number is, and you know what their name is. It's right here.
Right here. Oh my God, Nubs. No, you didn't. No, you did hit the right here. Yes, Nubs. Nubs hit the. It's right here. Right here.
You know what I love is when you ask them what their name is and they say Officer so and so, and you look at them and you say, "Damn, your mom must have been dumb naming you Officer. How are you gonna have Officer as your first name?"
Right?
God damn. And you trying to commit a crime by sitting there telling me some foolish information like your name is Officer.
Mm-hmm. And,
How are
and
you gonna
enforce,
tell me?
I'm sorry,
Well,
and you enforce laws.
right.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is like if you come out of the gate and you say my name is Officer, the officer is a title.
Right.
So you're
exactly.
already committing a crime.
By lying.
I mean, it might not be an actual crime, but you're looking to deceive somebody. You know, there's some loss, injury, or harm there.
Right.
You know, if you're going into a contract being deceived by the other person, there's laws against that.
But they say they are allowed to lie.
Well, you can say you're allowed to be freaking king of whatever, but that doesn't mean that you are, other than your own fucking little metaverse. Like we can all live in an illusion or a delusion, but the reality is somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to run the fucking system. And if you ain't running your system, somebody else is. I'm sure you're all aware of that more than most of us, Sly, being out there in Philly. I've seen some of the pictures. It's a straight fucking war zone out there in some of those neighborhoods.
You talking about Kensington, man? You just talking about Kensington. Ain't no other war zone but Kensington right now.
Yeah, but I know how that shit rolls. Kensington turns into something else.
No, well, they let it all down to Kensington. It was all over, but they directed it to Kensington so it can be that area for the talking points for the next election.
Okay, so how many times have you seen a puddle turn into a flood?
Every maybe 10 years.
In every election season.
Okay, every four. I was giving them the benefit of the doubt. Okay, every 4 years.
It's every 2 years because
Okay,
elections switch.
You're right. See, I was trying to be nice, Nubs.
I call it as I see it. I comply all the way.
I hear you. Nubs, I can't find the top. I looked at the top to this juice, right? I looked at it, touched it. Now I don't know where it is.
Did you bring the dog out?
No. I was
Is
sitting
it in your
right
pocket?
here.
Is it in your pocket?
It's on the kitchen counter.
It's on the kitchen counter. Let me.
Yeah, it's right. It's next to the. It's next to the. Next to the place where you got your glass out.
It was right here. I didn't get up and go in the kitchen, did I?
Where'd you get it from?
I did get it from the kitchen. I had the top with me though.
Are you sure? Or did you unscrew it and set it down so you could get a glass?
I just looked at it right next to me while I was talking to y'all. The top was sitting right next to my lip balm that I was putting on for Larry because Larry didn't tell me I looked like a crackhead this morning when I came on the panel.
You got them boo-boos in your lip?
Yeah, I had them because I was up 3:30 in this morning fighting with drama bonding with somebody this morning.
Why are you trying to drama bond? What the fuck is that shit?
All right. So what I call it drama bonding when you get people up on your panel, then you want to start arguing and cussing them out and calling them all kinds of names because they don't agree with you.
Back when I was growing up, we just called that person an asshole.
Yeah.
I called him quite a few more things than that, but because of what he called me. But I don't like to stoop to that level, though. I really don't like to stoop to that level. I want to be the bigger
lie. You were there. You could have turned it off.
Huh? Yeah, I did. I mean, no, I went in. It took me a second.
It was like a donkey show. You can't look away. It's so bad you can't look away.
No, Moose, you wasn't there. You ain't see. Look, I tried.
I understand what the donkey show is.
I tried to refrain myself, right? But look, once he let me back up on that panel, man, I went in. I was like, Then he had to put me back in the basement.
Somebody let the chihuahua off the logging cage.
3 years old.
Yep. Yup. You right about that, Nubs. Look, I was the poodle when I went up on that panel, right? But by the time I left, you're right. I was that little.
No, I'm telling you. Somebody put you on a logging chain because they knew it was just heavy to make you drag that shit around. And when they let you off of that son of a bitch, you've been dragging that for a minute. You're like a little hyena.
No, I really wasn't. I really wasn't dragging that for a minute.
I knew you would be like, no.
Wait, listen. No, this is somebody you don't know. This is somebody you don't know.
Better watch out. She go color purple on your ass.
I know. I've been knowing this guy. I ain't scared of no cha-cha. Listen, I've been knowing this guy for a couple of years in the YouTube streets, right? But he has a drinking problem, right? And he always wants me to come up on a panel when he's drunk. And then when he don't like what I'm saying to him, he wants to cuss me out and throw me out. Like, you know how they do, Moose. They're gonna cut you out, throw you out, put you in the back, mute you, and all that kind of shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get that everywhere I go except for here.
No, you don't. Stop lying.
You better shut up, Moose. I'm gonna mute your ass, and then I'm gonna put your ass backstage.
You know, I got a
Actually,
wrench
that's not
in this
true. Larry
bitch.
does mute me every once in a while.
Y'all
I got
gonna
a
help
wrench
me.
in this bitch, Moose.
I'm just a damn puppet master.
Oh, you the one that obey and comply. See, Nubs, there you go. That's Larry, not me. Oh, I'm just ready. I
Larry's the
obey and
reason
comply.
we're all
I'm
going to
sorry.
be
I
eating
apologize.
artificial meat.
See, look at
Hey,
that.
actually, before we get started, Moose, this is the compliance only section. Are you fully complying with all local, state, and federal regulations?
You know Moose is. Oh,
Crickets for breakfast, baby.
All right. You didn't use any oil, did you?
Nah, man, we don't grease up our stuff with motor oil. We
Okay.
plug all our
Great.
stuff in, man.
Moose
All right.
is
I got a
stupid.
Tesla.
And extra batteries, right?
Well, yeah, that vibration motion, you got to keep that vibration going.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure your compliance level was at least 10 or higher.
I want to know where this is going. This sounds kind of sexy.
Oh, damn it.
Well, when you get those Tesla batteries out, they get your motor running.
Vibration. We got vibration and shit. I want to know what's going on.
Slides on one.
Well, you already know I'm always having a good time.
So are you saying you're Twitter baiting over there, Sly? Is that what you're saying?
Twitter baiting? What do you mean?
Yeah. Oh,
What do you
never
What's
mind,
Twitter
girl.
baiting?
Never
You're
mind.
Yeah, that
thinking
one went over
about it
my
all.
head. Look, Larry, that one went over my head. Yes, buddy, one up on you.
Hey,
No.
Sly, I
Yes,
got to break
babe.
your heart.
Who you?
I got to let you
Who
know,
done stole my girl?
Benton is not available to women anymore. He's so you have no chance. Nubs, I, and Larry have a better chance than you.
No. I'm
I
on
swear.
Sly's team.
Don't be listen. Don't
be
get
I'm
putting
me
not
me
in.
in
making
there.
things up.
Don't
I'm
get
Go watch
Don't
me
be
the
in
putting
stream
me
last
in.
night.
Moose, don't put me in none of that mess. Okay?
Yep. This is the. I don't know about Larry, but if that's what Sly's
okay.
saying, this is the no
Hey.
side.
Hey, I'll show you
I'm
this.
just saying, you've been trying to get close to over there, and now that I
I
know
ain't
that
been
I'm in
trying.
better, I'm
No,
See,
listen,
good.
that's a lie. I ain't been trying to get close to Benton. That that's a lie.
All right.
Benton,
You got
just
to read.
making stuff up.
Benton been
Oh,
missing
man.
me. Benton
Look.
been missing me, honey.
We've all been
Look, you
missing
need
each
to
other.
read
You
my
know it.
damn shirt. See what my shirt says? It says smoke pot, eat twat, smile a lot.
We've seen that shirt
See?
before, Larry. That's old
That's
news.
Larry's
where
got
my head's
he's
at,
got the
okay?
plan.
I don't eat no dick. I only eat twat.
Yo, Larry, that's what that dude told me this morning. He told me to eat his dick, Larry, a couple of times, man. He said, eat his dick, suck his dick a couple of times, man. I said, I think he got some issues. He needs some sex.
Yeah, he's having a problem, man. If he wants you to chop that thing off and fillet it,
I know, right? That's
cook
it.
that
Like,
thing
get
up.
ill, right, Moose?
That ain't
And
right.
then he stopped talking about it ain't even that big. Why would I want it in my mouth if it ain't that big?
Oh, he's trying to throw a Vienna. He's trying to throw one of them Viennas in there, huh?
Yeah. Trying to, want me to grab onto the walnuts and shit. The fuck? Hey, Nubs, what did you do with the top, Nubs? I know you took it. And don't tell me the top is going to show up when I stop looking for it. I found it. Nope, I found it. It was under the couch.
That's some funny shit.
Nubs do it all the time.
Why in the hell you putting your lid to your container underneath your damn couch. You know what that
Nubs
means?
did it. That was that.
No, that means your dog took it. You put it on
No,
your table, and your dog
that
took
was
it and threw it on the
Nubs. That was
Oh.
Nubs. I'm trying to tell you, Nubs got that.
He telepathically moved it, huh?
Yeah. He got that hot tub telepathic movement stuff going on.
Hot tub. Oh,
What you
shit.
know about some hot tub time machine?
Yeah, know about the hot tub time machine, Moose. I mean, Nubs. Moose.
Tubbing
Wait,
it. Hey, the only tub I'm too young for the hot tub time machine, folks. But you know what? Talcott in the tub. I see that.
Look, wait, we don't need a water bottle for that one. We don't even know. No, Larry, no water bottle for that. We don't need the water
Man.
bottle for that. We don't want to hear that truth. That's a truth we need not to even imagine. We don't need to be in our imagination about that shit, man. Holy brother.
Hey, man.
Oh snap. Yo, I gotta go.
So-
Larry, look at what you did, Larry.
Check
I
this
told
shit
you.
out. Listen to how fucking brilliant I am.
We
Every
listen
once
to it
in a
every
while,
day,
I come up
Nubs.
with a
We give you
plan.
credit every day.
I'm not talking about accolades. I'm talking about like true intelligence, like applied, like not the YouTube side. I appreciate it and everything. I'm talking like things that will actually matter in my life at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on a tangent. Let me be on my tangent.
Go
All
for
right,
it.
you throw your tantrum.
Not tantrum,
So-
tangent.
So I had some plants, some vegetables that
Mm.
they were overgrown, and it was affecting the size of all of them. They were not able to come to a bigger size because they just didn't have any room to. So what I did is I took 3 rubber bands and I strung them together and I put a nail on either side, and I took those plants and I suspended them using the pressure of the rubber band to hang my plants above the water.
Okay.
Wow, dude.
It
I
works
like that.
fucking brilliant. Like seriously, I've used like agriculturally, I've used a lot of products and I've done a lot of extra shit. And all it ever took was some rubber bands and
Moose,
2 fucking nails.
Yeah.
don't Nubs look like he smoked some real intelligent shit?
Well,
Just
if
look
we
at
got
him.
hey,
Just
if we
look
got him a
at him.
hat,
He look like he smoked some real intelligent shit. Like when he take a hit, it's like a brainstorm with him.
with Nubs, we have one or two ways we could go about this. Either we get Nubs a really nice robe and he's a pimp, or we get Nubs a hat and he's more like Merlin. You know, from like King Arthur. You know anything about King Arthur?
No.
Isn't that
Look,
one
was-
in the same?
Because
I
that's a
went to
white
Wasn't
boy
Merlin
story.
the biggest pimp?
Merlin was. He was the biggest pimp.
Oh, okay.
He was
well,
the
that's
original OG. Walking around with the bling
He's an
bling.
old dude, right? He walks around with a big staff. He's got magical powers. He knows how to make potions. He's smart. And then he's got King
That's
Arthur.
Nubs. That's
And
Nubs.
so basically Nubs is the guy who controls the king. And Larry's the king here, so
Shit happens.
as long as it doesn't happen on your foot, under your foot, or in your house, you're all right.
Guess what? Guess
Well,
what?
you
guys?
realize if it happens under your foot, you're just a shitheel.
Guess what I got? I got
It's a
some
squishy
diamonds.
feeling.
I
You
got
got some
some
diamonds?
You got some diamonds?
I got some live resin for you. Got some
You
live
do?
resin.
Seriously?
Yeah, I do.
For real? Because
See,
I got
this is what
somebody
I'm
sent me
talking about.
diamonds already. You can send it.
This is
I
what
don't
I'm
care.
talking about. Right here. This is what I'm talking about. Because if we were sitting next to each other, we could be smoking together. But because
Yep.
we're on these YouTube streets, you can say, "Oh, well, I got this green crack, 100% THC, and it's the best thing." But I'm never gonna experience that with you because of these damn YouTube swears.
That's not true. That's
Won't
not
let you out
true.
of
If
your
you just
fucking
send
box.
it, if you
Well-
get out of your head for a minute and we send it to each other, then we could all partake on the same thing at the same
Excuse me?
time on the same
Excuse me?
channel.
Now we're talking conspiracy. So
Hold up, wait.
We're not
hold up.
talking conspiracy because we're talking novelty factor here.
All right, so this one they stole this one last time, right? They stole this one, right? But wait, hold up, wait. I might have threw it away. Oh damn, I threw it away already. Oh, anyway, but they
That's
didn't
it was
steal
for
this.
you, Nubs.
They didn't steal this one. So yeah, I mean, they stole the last one, but they ain't steal this one. So I got connections, Moose. You can join the connection crew. I give you my number. Just don't pop up like O'Shea. You hear me, Moose?
I didn't hear you say it again. I got
said,
cut out.
I said I'll give you my address and my number. Just don't pop up like O'Shea.
Hey, at least
That
he
is
tells
so
you what he
wrong.
wants before he
But that
shows
is
up.
so funny.
Huh, Moose?
At least he tells you what he wants
Yeah.
before he shows up. He said damn well what he was going there for, and he took it.
Wait. I watched.
Did he fall out?
I watched yesterday. I watched Yurts, John, Drew.
Yeah, you heard it, right?
Drew, and yeah, you said that. That's right. So Drew, and then when he said his wife, I was like, this creep don't have no filter. That man has
filter.
no filter,
Nah,
right?
man.
He just could be creepy with anybody else's woman.
He's a predator,
Layla,
dude.
he said, Layla, look into these blue eyes. And I'm like, yo, nigga, he just said it was his husband, wife. Right? What is he doing? And then he asked Drew about how does he feel about monogamy. Monogamy, right? Is that the word?
Yep.
Yeah. Like, yo, why is you trying to get into another, right, messy situation? You just got out of one.
That's
Now
like
you
a
wanna
nice
start
way of
another-
asking, do you cheat on your mate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning, Nude. Good to see you, Nude Guru.
Hey, Nudie.
What up,
Oh,
dude?
good morning,
I'm
Nude
messing with y'all
Guru.
this morning. I'm not messing with y'all this morning. I told Larry tried to kick me out the lounge about an hour ago, right? He
Well, you
did.
kind of
He tried to
deserved
kick
it.
me out.
You deserved it. You were being, you weren't behaving yourself.
Oh no, that's
she
not
said
right.
goodbye, and
No.
I said get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
No,
that's not right.
Sly was like, yo. So I just came up to chat a little, and I'm gonna jet. And Larry's like, GTFO.
Yeah, don't let the door hit you with a good little split you. I'm like, dang, Larry, can I at least say bye? God. Anyway, I love hanging out with y'all. I'm sorry I missed the past couple of days, but y'all know y'all the best. I do gotta go handle
Live
my
your best
business.
life there, Sly.
Huh?
Live your best life there. That's that when you're not here, that's what we're hoping for, that you're living your best life.
Thank you, sweetheart. Yeah. So I just wanted to let you guys know it's none of your damn business what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. Peace. Love you guys.
Peace
Have
out.
a great day here.
Peace.
All right, I'll be listening while I'm doing what I'm doing. I'll be listening.
No, once that door shuts, you're out of here.
Oh, hell with you, Larry. Bye.
Speaking of that door, I'm gonna use that door as well. I'm gonna bounce it. I got some shit to do. Catch you guys later.
Have a good day,
Slam!
Nubs.
Slam!
Damn, that door got 3 asses on the way out.
Damn, it went 3 asses in one shot. That's pretty good odds.
Seriously, you need to brag about that.
Maybe I better go out and buy a damn lotto ticket. What do you think?
Yes. Yo, this time change shit.
Oh,
Did
that
the
fucked
time
me
really
up.
just change this past weekend?
Yeah, it fucked me all up.
Dude, I fucking hate the time change. And then they start talking like I hear on the radio in the truck, like, yeah, we want to keep this daylight saving times. I'm like, you guys are idiots. I hate daylight saving time. It really messes with like the rhythm of my sleep and stuff.
Well, that part don't bother me so much. It's just like, I didn't know that we were supposed to change our clock. So I'm looking at my clock and it says it's 5 o'clock, but it's really 6 o'clock. And I'm thinking, oh, I got 10
Mhm.
minutes before I got a stream or whatever. And I tried setting my stream up for 5 o'clock and it's going, hey, dumb fuck, you can't set your stream for some time that's already happened. So I'm like
Ah,
thinking, what the fuck are they talking about? And I'm like, I tried 3 or 4 times. I'm like, why won't this let me set it for 5 o'clock? And I looked at my phone and it said 6 o'clock. And I went, oh, I guess that's why it won't let me set it for 5 when 5's already gone.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's usually when I oversleep. I don't know why, but that's why I haven't been up early is because of this time change and I have no control over it. Like it does something to my body.
Yeah. Well, it's like this morning I woke up at like 1 o'clock and I'm like, it's too early to get up. So I went back to bed and I woke up just shortly after 5. I'm like, I don't set an alarm. I just get up when I, wake up.
So even after the time change, it's still at 5?
Yeah, but like I said, I first woke up at like 1:30.
Hmm.
I usually, for
Right, right.
some reason between like 11 and 1, I just go like in a soup. Start overheating basically. And
Mm,
I wake up sweating. So then when I wake up sweating, I think it's time to get up, and it's usually between 1 and 2, and then I'll go back to bed, and I'll usually wake up between 3 and 4, but sometimes I'll actually sleep in till 5.
wow. See, my husband has that issue every day. Every day he's up between 1 and 3, and he's got to get up at like 4:30. So that really kind of messes with his schedule.
Right.
But every day he's up at that time.
Yeah. For some reason, like I said, my body starts like going into superheat mode around that time, and I don't know if I'm burning all the impurities out of me or if I'm going through menopause or what.
Uh, did Nubs go through menopause or something? Is that why he's not here?
You, we
Y'all
can't
left at the
answer
same
questions.
time, and we thought that door hit 3 asses, miss.
Yeah, I got disconnected. I had to go move the satellite dish because it was pointed at a tree.
Oh, well, you're
Well,
not
why in
going
the
to
hell did
get
you
good
point
signal
it at
there.
the tree for?
All a tree's going to
Well, you
take,
know
all a tree is going to tell you to do is leave. Get it?
the slave link. It automatically points itself at the tree. Slur. You
Oh,
know, you,
goodness, really?
So then you're letting the slave link control you instead of you controlling the slave link.
Look, the slave link paused him, Larry. He's just like
I
frozen in
see it.
time.
He's like, fuck you, buddy. I'll show you who the boss is.
Exactly. You.
So in other words, slave link just told Moose that Moose is slave link's bitch.
Yep. Because he moved it and slave link's like, fuck you. I'm not even going to disconnect you. I'm just going to freeze you.
Freeze your fucking bitch ass.
Oh, man.
See what happens when a little power goes to your head?
Yep. Hi, Mufasa. Hi,
uh,
Mufasa. Why don't you come up here and say hi to my friends? No? You're antisocial dog? Okay. Oh, we just fed these guys.
Oh, that girl, kitty cat. Oh my gosh. Does that feel good? Huh? Does that
I
feel
want it to
good?
be spring already, Larry, so I can get to work.
Get to
I
work.
want
I don't care if
I,
that ground's frozen. You get out there and you get that shovel going and you get that
you
drill
said
going and
shovel.
you get to work,
Get that
woman.
shovel going. And
I
that
wish
hoe.
I could use a shovel on my land. Shit. Maybe if you send a picture of shovel going clean through dirt and coming out clean with no rocks and no struggling, I'll pay you $5.
Well, you're going to be out $5 because I can do that.
So the thing with my land is this. I just want to explain to you why the struggle is so real. We have really, really, really thick slate or shale slate. Yeah. Slate. On top of bedrock. And it's a big slab. So I'm putting footing holes. So I have to use the hammer drill to literally make the circle in the rock and break the rock that way in order to get down farther. So it's slow going, and for me, I'm not good in the work until I can pour the concrete, and I can't pour the concrete until the last freeze. Know what I mean, Larry?
I answer no questions. I got a little snort out of you.
Here, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, there is a method to my madness, believe it or not.
Yep, mine too. I hear you. We're re-cleaning the house from all those puppies leaving.
Yeah. You gonna go out again next weekend or something and do it again?
No, the juvenile dogs we have here now are the ones we chose to keep.
Oh, and you have how many left?
They're working dogs now.
We have mom and dad and 6 puppies.
7?
But they're juveniles. Hold on. They're juveniles. So they're like 10 months old. These are the ones we intentionally had last year. And what happened is their training stopped when the new set of puppies came. So they've been out of training for 3 freaking months, and now it's time to go back. Because, yep, you're right, Moose. They do all have jobs to do.
See, I'm not a dumbass all the time.
So we have like my 2, Junior and Mufasa. Mufasa stays with me. So wherever I go, Mufasa goes. Junior is the biggest of all the dogs, and he's basically the lead security guard. So his job, when it's generally nice, is to stay out, observe, roam around the pigs, because this is what I taught him. Walk around the pig pen, then walk around the chicken pen, and walk around the house, and just do this roaming thing. The mommy and daddy's job is to roam the rest of the 40 acres. So what my dog Socks, he had a job before the babies come along, and he would chase the free range cows off the land. He wouldn't hurt them. He was too small to hurt them, but he could chase those cows, and he would always take them at least a half a mile from the house, because I caught him doing this. So his and Daisy's job is to protect us from the free range cows. And then these other dogs, because we have rattlesnakes and rats, like their whole job is to keep our area clean and free of danger. And I pay him in kibble. Coco and Bear are my daughter's dog, and Mark is my son's dog. DJ's the fast guy. And DJ is Dad's second dog. So now we're just cleaning up the house and getting back to regular scheduled programming. Not brought to you by any government near you. Or big ass puppies.
So when's it start warming up there around May?
Yeah, like we can't even put our plants in the ground until the end of May.
Yeah.
So like that's like go time, you know.
Yeah, I can start planting right in the beginning of May usually.
I
Sometimes
don't
it's still kind of cold here, but most of the time, you know, they can go through it.
right. I just don't want that extra moisture that that would bring more dirt and rocks into our holes.
Right.
Then we're doing double duty, and I don't want to do that.
You don't want to have to do the job twice? What the hell's up with that shit?
For real. Some people don't understand that, Larry. What is he? So my daughter's gonna get some packets of wildflowers, and after a nice rain in the valley, she's gonna go down and plant the wildflowers to attract the pollinators. Because the pollinators here are not just bees; they're also the flies. So she's gonna make like a meadow in the valley.
That's cool.
And of course, it'll have to be like we got this little book. It's like a 50-year-old book. Someone made for drought tolerant plants for this area. So we're
Wow.
gonna pick out some drought tolerant plants and then some that don't mind the moisture because that's where the water hole is. I also want to
Right.
say that on Amazon they sell packets of wildflowers curated to your state. So if you need more pollinators by you, if you're gardening, just buy a packet of those off of Amazon. How much are they? I think the most expensive one I saw was $15, and they go down from that or up. It depends on where you get them from. But I think it's a worthy investment if they keep coming back. They'll develop more seeds as they grow. Right. So if you let them do the natural wildflower thing, you have a wildflower meadow all the time. People say, like, people use it as a wildflower garden. So they do go in and till the soil. That's a lot of soil to till. So I'm not doing that. That's a lot of rock to move too. Yeah, so I'm not doing it. Yeah. Well, you wait for your moment. That's that you plant at the right moment, right? Yeah. So get wildflowers if you're gardening with that. Or you need pollinators. Both fine. If you grow sunflowers, Moose, your chickens will eat the seeds.
I grow sunflowers, but I have a bunch of birds. I have cardinals. I got finches. I got crows.
Nice.
There's two eagles that are on either our property or the neighbor's property. I can't figure out where their nest is, but they fly over me when I'm mowing the lawn. But yeah.
Wow, that's so awesome.
And I got a bag of sunflower seeds. Like,
yeah, birds love sunflowers. What's that, Larry?
It says his slave link's really messing with him today.
Yes, it is. Every time you start talking this, it freezes up.
Man, this slave link is terrible, dude.
Look, it's even making Larry freeze. You're the only one's unfrozen.
I got a ton of stuff.
You go, girl.
Yeah.
I got bok choy.
She was living up her unfrozenness, guys.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of key lime basil?
Yes, I have.
Oh, it's bomb, dude. It's so good.
I can't eat basil.
throw it in with some basil, strawberries and basil.
Oh. It
That's where it's at.
sounds good, but boy, my belly would be mad if I ate basil.
No, you don't eat it. You just put it in the water. You know, like you infuse the water or whatever they call it.
Rosemary's fine. You take the
Cool. Maybe I'll try it that way. Because if I eat soup with basil or tomato sauce with basil or somebody puts basil on the pizza,
maybe you like the flavor, but the chemical composition of the plant.
yeah, that's exactly what it is. Whatever composition it is in the leaves themselves really irritates my stomach. But maybe
And
in
then
water
maybe
it'd be
that
different.
way, if you tried doing it with the water, then that way maybe you could build up resistance
The
to it that way.
tolerance, yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
idea. Because I hear basil is a really good herb.
Yeah, it's okay. The taste to me is okay, but yeah, I heard it's good for you.
Right. And oregano's a really good herb too.
I'm gonna go herb garden.
Oregano oil is a good healing herb. And I went to buy a jar like about this big, and it was almost $40 freaking dollars.
Holy shit!
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm like, oh, I can't buy that one right now.
How do you make oregano oil?
I don't know. I was gonna look up how to make it. Probably grow it and press it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because that's how you get flower smell from the oil. You just press it down in the oil.
And that's probably why it's so expensive. Is that you need a lot of oregano to make that much oil.
Well, I bet we could probably grow a bush if I get a raised bed going.
Or I'm gonna research this, guys, and I'll give you the answer after I research it.
Do you know how many gallons of maple syrup it takes for like a drop of maple syrup?
Oh my God, a lot. I saw someone fill a bathtub.
Or maple sap to turn into maple syrup.
Maple
I got
sap.
corrected.
It's maple sap, and they filled it about maybe halfway, and then boiled and boiled and boiled and boiled it all the way down to a syrup, and maybe got a couple gallons. No lie, like she filled up one of these clawfoot bathtubs halfway with maple sap, and maybe got a couple gallons of syrup.
I'm not gonna lie. I just want the sap. Just the sap. I'm sure the sap is fine.
You can drink. I think you can drink it like birch water. Like you can, if you tap a birch tree, it's called birch water, and you can drink that.
Have you ever had?
That just sounds better.
Have you ever had cedar syrup?
What was the first word?
Cedar syrup.
Cedar syrup. No, I've never had. Is that such a thing?
We used to make it in Boy Scouts all the time. Just like the same way you make maple syrup, you can make cedar syrup. You get it off a cedar tree.
Wow. I have juniper here. I have juniper, so it's not the same. But is it really sweet like the maple?
Yeah, cedar's got its own taste. It basically tastes like it smells.
Huh.
It's really good.
Now, the big cedar, the cedar you're talking about, are they the same cedar that looks like the pine tree? Like, oh, thank you, Junior.
Yeah, they're usually a big, huge tree. And they seep the syrup just like the maples and everything else. And you just scrape the cedar off the side of the tree, the syrup, and make it the same way you do maple syrup. It's fucking the bomb, though. Damn, we're going to have to get some more water bottles out. Stop abusing that dog.
This is Junior. He's only 10 months old, and he's bigger than his mommy. And oh, hello, that was Coco.
That was Bear.
That was Bear. I hope that he's done growing.
No, I
If he
want him to be.
continues to grow, though, we have to rename him Clifford.
Yeah, I want him to be Clifford, our big black dog.
So in other words, you're just gonna try to
He's
confuse the
just,
hell out of him. Today I'm
well,
Tom,
he's
tomorrow
kind
I'm
of.
Charlie.
Actually, I don't think we need to because he's like one of those big, dopey, goofy dogs. That's who he is. It's funny as hell.
Right. So
So he
you're gonna
already
make him
acts
more.
like Clifford. He just needs a couple more inches.
You're gonna make him more
That's
confused.
what
So
she
today
said.
you're calling him Tom, and tomorrow you're gonna call him George.
That's my line. Oh, Bear.
Whoa, hello, Bear. Hi,
Ow!
Bear.
I mean, that would
Oh,
confuse me. I
dang
mean,
it, you distracted.
that'd be like you coming in and meet me for the first time, and you calling me George, and then 2 weeks later you call me Pete. I'd be like, so who am
Hey,
I? Am
Joseph.
I George or am I Pete?
How you doing, Dave?
Yeah, you remember this from back in the day, but this is how we described our son Vincy with little dogs. I'm gonna squeeze him and hug him and call him George.
Never seen Looney
Uh,
Tunes. Doesn't sound so
George, why's he turning blue? George, why'd he turn blue? George.
Yes, exactly. He's better now. Vincent's better with dogs now, but when he was a little boy, better stuff. When he was a little boy, we couldn't say, put down the puppy, because then he would just open his arms and drop the puppy.
Yeah.
And we're like, note to self, take the puppy from the boy.
Bear. You're being attractive.
Oh, we all love our dogs, though.
Good, good. Yeah, you said
Mark, his name is Mark, because he's all black and he's got tuxedo white, and in the middle of his tuxedo white is an exclamation mark. Am I freaking? Is that any better?
Yeah, a little bit.
Can anybody hear me?
Oh yeah.
Hi, Mark.
Well, Larry is
Hi.
frozen and Moose is silent.
Hi, Mark. Hi.
I'm gonna blame it on the dog.
That's why he's freaky, because he's got an exclamation mark on his chest.
Well, duh.
He's the smallest boy. He gets picked on a lot. We're hoping that changes after we get him all fixed.
That's like if there's been a few people in my life, I'm like, you wouldn't know what reality was if it slapped you upside the head.
Yes, exactly. Well, I don't know. 3 people found out what reality is like when the door hit them in the ass on the way out this morning. So maybe they can go out and teach others.
Yeah,
There
it
you
keeps
go.
hitting me on the ass. Every 36 seconds, there's an obstruction.
Jeez. And that, I mean, I thought it was bad in Mexico, Moose. Now Americans are really showing you, huh? Making me cold. Stop it. How's
Boy,
the baby dealing with the road trip there, Moose? He's gone.
Fun fact, me as a
I'm
baby didn't
here.
like road trips.
Oh, he's here. He's here. Hey,
Here.
how's the baby doing with the road trip?
She's doing great. She's eating some yogurt, right now, kicking back.
So
We
this
stop every like
one
2
next to
hours.
me. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's what she was like too. So even if she didn't need anything, we had to stop every 2 hours.
Yep. About every 2
Not
hours,
now, but
stop,
then.
pull into a gas station, get gas, change the diaper, feed her, feed ourselves, get back in the car, drive for another 2 hours. So like we only get like maybe 4 to 6 hours a day.
Right,
But
right, right. That's the hard part right there because you know, road trips shouldn't be suffering. So in order to not suffer, yeah, you're doing it every 2 hours. Look at the pretty trees. Look at the green grass.
Well, you get to enjoy it a little bit more when you don't have to be rush, 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 rush. So I got to get to the next town by, 6 o'clock. Because if I'm not here by 6 o'clock, this is going to happen or whatever. If you just go and when you get there, you get there.
Right, right.
Well, that's how we usually try to take it now. Is like we kind of try to take it slow, right? But yesterday we pulled into a place that is first come first serve, and they don't take reservations. So you have to hurry for places like that.
Right.
Right, right, right. That's
And
the
we
tough
passed
part
the
right
exit.
there.
Yeah, I messed up because I
Oh.
hopped in the back seat to hang out with the baby because she was screaming, and then my phone wasn't telling the directions or whatever, so we drove like 30 miles out of the way,
Oh
and
no.
we were like, shit, we're like, oh man, what if we don't get a spot, blah blah blah, getting all stressed out and whatever, and then we get here and it's like perfect.
You do know it's free to camp on national parklands, right?
This is where Ian would put in a bomb explosion.
Boom.
So when we went to Gunnison, Colorado, we did not pay for a campsite.
You didn't?
And you don't have to on a lot of the national forest lands. You don't have to pay for a campsite, but most of them have free campsites there, and most of them have bathrooms also.
Yeah, any campsite here that has a bathroom, you have to pay for it.
We're at a national park right now.
Oh,
Or a state
cool.
park, I think. State park.
They didn't charge you, right?
No, they did. It's like 20
They
bucks.
did?
Yeah, state parks you usually have to pay.
But that's not bad.
State
It's not bad
state
at all.
park, right.
Like $20 at the beginning.
Because we have power. We have power. We got water. We got bathrooms.
Oh, okay. So in your situation, it was worth it, right?
Is it what?
It was worth it. It was worth the money.
Well, basically, you're paying for the electricity and the
Starlink.
bathrooms.
I messed up the Starlink. Yeah, in my situation, it's great because we don't want to. We got the baby,
Right, right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's awesome. That is so awesome. You're kind of making me want to travel again, Moose.
I want to go camping more. I want to go in nature and stay there forever.
Have you guys
I
seen
forgot
the
my water
pictures
bottle.
on my community page?
Pictures of what?
One was a river, and one was a little tiny angel in the bark of a tree.
Oh yeah, the one where you posted about the dogs being they got rid of all the dogs.
Yep.
Yeah.
That river is where we went vacationing last year, Gunnison, Colorado. It's just phenomenal.
And then went without me.
Well, hopefully next year we'll trade this rig in and we'll get a different one that's more suited to the elements, and maybe we'll hit Highway 80 instead.
Right? Take a different route. That's always cool too.
Well, we've done Highway 80 because it's the most direct route from Maine to California. Like we've done that like four or five times or something. And then once the baby was born, we didn't want to do it because we've gotten trapped in the Rocky Mountains, like in a blizzard and all kinds of crazy stuff.
I hear that. Yes. I just watched a video that they did. I don't know what mountain it was on in California. But oh my God, like some of the people, the snow is up to their second floor windows.
Would you like another cup of coffee?
Yeah.
Good morning, Mrs. Moose. Good morning, Minnie Moose. We send love and peace and
She can't
um
hear you, but I'll tell
oh
her.
okay, thank you.
And peace your way.
Hi, Linda. Linda's down there. Said hi,
She said thank you.
y'all.
She said thank you.
We've traveled with babies before, so we know it's fun and daunting at the same time. Mm. Yeah, that's good coffee.
Is that
So
true?
today we got to break that dog cage out of that room, take it outside, wash it up, and then we're going to reorganize that whole storage room. That's going to be fun.
I'm not looking forward to it.
Hey, but there's no puppies in the way, so I kind of am.
I'm still not looking forward to it.
Oh, that's cool.
Baker's getting late now. I just think he has a
We're
small.
going hiking. We're gonna go hike a mountain.
I
Nice.
love hiking.
That's awesome. I love hearing when you guys do that. I had my kids near cities, so we did things like that, but we were the unusual folks. A lot of city folk don't take their babies hiking and stuff like they go to the park, go to the playground. Where's Linda? She said good morning and she's not here yet. I'm hoping she's making a cup of coffee and getting ready.
So in other words, you're saying you were the poster family for this is what a weird family looks like?
Yes, sorry guys,
This
but it's fun.
is what strange looks like.
Yeah, this is what things look like.
StreamYard needs to add in like board games you can play while on stream.
Oh my God, that would be fun, wouldn't it?
I might resemble that remark too, you know.
Nah. You saw the way it looked when I woke up. There was nothing but a fuzz ball. There's nothing but fuzz.
Oh, that reminds me of uh, yesterday. What was it, that Star Trek thing we saw? This is, remember?
The
And then
little fur thingy.
no, it was before that that brought us to the fur thingies. Anyway, she was looking at this thing on Facebook or something. I was talking about Star Trek, and I says, it reminded me of the Tribble show. And she's like, Tribbles? What are you talking about? She never heard of the Tribble Star Trek show. And I says, well, you got to see them. They look just like a big furry ball. And she sees them, and she's all like, oh, they're so cute.
Good morning, Anna.
My boobs say good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
There you are. I see you. That was funny.
Oh, there you go, baby. Good idea.
So how you doing with the
Hey,
time change? Is it sucking for you too?
honey, what does it say?
7 o'clock.
I'm already late to leave.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thought it was earlier than it was.
Okay.
I'm blaming it on Mary. It's Mary's fault.
Wait, what'd I do? I come in with frizz. That's what it is, huh?
Just hold on.
You distracted my attention.
Uh-oh, were you supposed to wake Anna up?
Yeah, I was supposed to be gone 15 minutes ago to go to my to get my teeth pulled.
Oh. I hate the time. It screws me up every time. Good morning, Linda.
Morning. Morning, y'all.
Morning.
How you doing?
Adjusting.
It was on and it went off, honey. It turned itself
Honey,
off.
I'm gonna say I didn't hear anything.
Sir, did you hear I adopted out the puppies, Linda?
I sure did.
Turn it off.
That's
That
what
is
should have
real
went off.
awesome.
I know.
What's that, Linda?
I said I sure did, and that's awesome. I too downsized my family last night.
You did.
Do you hear
Does that
anything?
call for? No, I don't. What did you do?
We got rid of the 2 extra roosters last night. We only have 1 rooster,
Oh,
and it's quiet.
oh.
The whole shift, like the whole
Energy shift, right?
atmosphere, the whole everything shifted as soon as those males left my backyard. It's
Dude,
just amazing.
I told Vince when we knew Daisy was pregnant, this is gonna be bad, man. It's gonna interrupt the puppies, and he didn't know what I was talking about. And these puppies have been so hard to handle for 3 months, and they knew when we came home and didn't bring any babies with us, like you're saying, you could feel the shift in the energy in the environment. And
Yeah, it was a
what
good shift though. I'm telling you, I was driving everybody crazy last night. I'm like, "Do you feel that?" And they're
mhm.
like, "Mom, you're being weird." I'm like, "No, I'm serious. Do you feel the difference?" And they're, "Other than you not yelling at the birds, yeah." I'm just like, I wasn't yelling at them. I was just crowing with them. But yeah, if I was in a pinch, as everyone knows. I didn't want to upset my neighborhood. There he
Right.
goes. And I knew it was a bit much, obviously, right?
Mhm.
So I get down there and I'll just say it, $15 a head. I made $30. They bought them roosters back from me.
Holy shit!
I
Really?
paid $4 a chick. So I made
Oh,
$11.
yeah, that's
I made
awesome.
$11 profit. And I looked over at my daughter and I said, "Oh, this could be my racket." And she goes, "What?" And I go, "I could just buy all the babies and then sell them back to roosters." And she just looked at me like, "Please, Mom, let's not do that." I just told her, I said, "But you could see where I could see a dollar sign in this." And she's like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
but
yes."
she was like, my ears, my poor ears. Let's not do that.
And it's not, and I'm not exaggerating. I'm not BSing. I have no reason to blow air up
Fudge
what
the
I'm about to tell
details.
you.
Right.
There were no chickens. They had no adult, because you have your baby chickens and you got your juveniles and you got your full grown.
Right.
And I've been this is a established feed store. They didn't have any, so they needed. Yes, Compal, your brothers are gone.
You,
They needed my roosters,
right. Yo, I looked
but
at my roosters the other day, and I'm not giving them away. I'll get a couple clutches for them
that
and
was
put them
my point.
elsewhere.
That's my point. If you've got them and you have the space for them,
Yeah, I'll just build another freaking chicken pen next to that one. Even if we got 5 chicken pens, it doesn't matter if I don't have to buy freaking chicken or eggs. You know what I mean? There's
oh
the dad, his name is Foghorn, and I named all the baby roosters. There's Miguel, Ricardo, Jose, and Bob. I name a lot of
yeah.
my animals Mexican. I don't know what to tell you.
That's awesome.
I
Well,
miss
you
my
gotta stick with
cousins.
the
I don't know.
theme.
She just mad because she got my pale skin from my side. So now every time ethnicity comes up, this is what she does. She's like, "Where's my ethnicity? It's not there."
Compound says she needs more sun. Compound says she needs more sun.
You'll get tanned quickly. Wow, she just gave me the dirtiest look. I'm gonna pass it on. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, pass it on because I know it was directed to me.
Yeah, that looks at a lot of curse words, Linda.
Tell her come spend the summer with me. She'll have a tan.
No. Damn it. No, she wants rain now. So she's getting a little it's not homesickness because we don't miss Michigan, especially after
She
we
misses
realize
the weather. She don't miss the people or the landline. She misses the weather.
Yeah, I do too, really, because we went from somewhere around 150 sunny days a year to over 300 sunny days a year. So we're like sunnied out. You know what I'm saying? Like there are days in the summer, every summer, that I look up at the sun and I say, and because I know it's artificial, guys, right? And I say, can you fucking go away, please? Like you're in my eyes. You're just drying my skin up. You're gonna try and make me old. Look the age I am. That would suck. But no, it really is intense. The intensity of the sun is horrible out here.
It makes me respect it more. But then I don't know. I've been here. Shit.
You make sure it's not a black widow, because you can't save a black widow. You kill a black widow.
Kill the black widow.
No, it's not. Not here. They're very, very small here. No.
The males are small.
Stupid house. That's what I'm saying. She's like, no, I'm gonna save the little spider. No,
honey, not that one.
Outside,
and you need to look for her egg sac.
If it's a female, that's exactly what we need to do. Is go through that freaking bathroom now.
Look up behind the toilet, underneath the base of not the base you sit on, the back of the toilet that holds the water.
Oh, we don't have that kind of toilet because we're in a camper.
Okay. All right, I'll just dawn on me.
Okay, it's a light gray spider. Okay, we're safe.
Don't scare us like that.
You can take a breath. Dude, I picked up a sweater outside and had a freaking black widow spider on it, so that's why I'm freaking out. Like,
that was funny how quick me and you jumped on that. I was like, that one we don't play with.
Die! No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'll just pick her up, put her somewhere else. You definitely don't want her in the house. I mean,
right? Like that was my rule of thumb in nature: is we won't kill you outside, but if you come inside, because there's scorpions here too.
It's game on.
You come inside, and my warrior jacket comes on, and I'll pick out a little tiny sword for your little tiny heart, but you're gonna die. Grab onto what? Oh, she's talking to the frickin' spider. She's like, here, spider, walk on my stick so I can let you outside.
Hey, it's her relationship. Leave her alone.
I'm not. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Leave her alone.
I can get a hospital.
Yo, she's allergic to spiders.
How many times did you sing Itsy Bitsy Spider to her when she was young?
Never. Because
okay, well there you go. You didn't warn her.
No, listen. When she was like 4, she got a spider bite on her neck. And,
hey, that's not even funny. That shit hurts.
And I took her to a swimming pool because I'm thinking, all right, well, just open them pores up, and clean them out. And it made it worse. The swelling went from her collarbone all the way up to underneath her chin. So I raced home, threw down some Benadryl on her, put some Benadryl cream on it to, double down. I iced it, and I called the nurse friend that was at the church, like, oh my God, we're an hour from the best, from a big hospital. She's like, you're doing what you need to do. Give it 2 hours. If it doesn't start going down, you have to take her to the hospital because it would have impeded on her esophagus and on breathing. So now
Okay,
I'm
my
just
brain
thrilled
just
about
went.
spiders.
Yeah, my brain just went. Isn't it like a 2-hour drive to get into town in the first place?
No, this is where we lived.
Oh,
In
it's
another
another
place.
place. Okay, you had my
Yeah,
brain
there's another.
overworking.
And the funniest part is, I got the greatest appreciation for spiders
Yeah.
because of the bugs they eat. Because I hate flies and mosquitoes. So I see a spider and be like, "You're doing your job. Great.
It's okay if you bite me every now and then and send me to the hospital."
Be yourself. Just keep the bugs away from me. We gotta give them encouragement.
Yeah, we went from not really having bugs, right? Michigan, you get some mosquitoes, houseflies, maybe. We go to Louisiana where we were introduced to small cockroaches, palmetto bugs, nonstop mosquitoes, fucking mice, rats. I mean, it was horrible. And then we moved to Colorado. We moved to Colorado where Vince was helping someone at work and brought home a bed bug. So we went from the frying pan into the fire. My first bag of diatomaceous earth got ruined by a rain, so I'm like, and then I went all war paint on my face, like I'm coming after you, bugs, and I'm not stopping till you're all dead. I did it, but it took like 6-7 months to do.
Yeah, that's definitely one that doesn't go away very quickly.
No. And
They
in
do.
all my life, I've never experienced it.
Oh,
So I
it's
didn't
like a
even know how
thing
to.
here.
Oh, really?
They like put out a health thing. Yeah, they put health things out. They tell you different areas that are hot spots, and you see the vans and the houses all wrapped up, and they're pumping heat in them, and it's nuts. And it gets worse when the summer really cranks on. They love that fucking heat for some reason.
The frustrating part is that diatomaceous earth kills them.
Yeah.
And no bug can build an immunity to diatomaceous earth.
I mean, it's
So
like a whole
why
thing.
do we have?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, you're right. I use bombs and diatomaceous earth and like the bug stick pad thing.
No, not a bomb. What I was getting at was it's so seasonal that they have shelves stocked to take just that out.
Really?
It's crazy. It's like they've accepted it. It's like that's nasty. That's not something you accept. Yeah, absolutely. The tourism, just them letting everybody flood in, and it's even amped up.
Because we never even seen a warning. Like we were new here when it started, and we were like, "Oh my God, what the f is going on?"
You could pick them up in the grocery store. You could pick them up walking in, buying clothes in Walmart. They tell you pick them up in the theater. You can pick them up at the laundromat. I mean, when they give you a list like that, you're just like, I'm not safe anywhere. They tell you if you go to the theater, I tell you, this is what they tell you. If you go to the theater, when you get home, take everything off. Throw it in the wash and jump in the shower.
But they don't tell you outside your house.
They don't tell you outside your house. I just think it's strange that they have they've accepted it. They have a format and a system.
That's what I'm saying, Linda. It seems like an acceptance when diatomaceous earth can kill them. If I can annihilate them on my own and I'm not a professional, then the professionals are lying to people and are just perpetuating their own jobs. And listen.
Go ahead.
That makes me mad as hell, Linda, because I happened to get a very bad reaction to the bites, and it caused a serious breakout of hives all over my entire body. I had to go on anti-anxiety, cream on my skin, like the whole 9 yards. We were so traumatized by this that now we don't
Well,
go
I mean,
like you said, we don't go to those places, right?
yeah, and then the fact that how they came on so strong, you know, it was like, and then
Yes,
you,
that
and then
freaked
they
me
would
out.
get them
How
to
can a
go to
bug? Well, how can
it
one
dormant
bug? Oh,
year.
is that what it is? They like go into hibernation or something?
I'm just like, it's the craziest thing out there that I've ever had to.
Dude, we don't
I
really
I have
experience it
2
on the
cents on
East
that one.
Coast.
What was
Go
that?
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Huh?
Anna.
Excuse
Hold on,
me.
she got a cough. Go ahead.
When we were in Oklahoma, my daughter, she went to a sleepover at a friend's house and brought him back. Man, we tried everything on the planet, everything, bug bombs, you name it. And then I started using Lysol spray, disinfectant spray. Okay. But just before then, we hired an exterminator to come who charged us $100, and it didn't seem like it was doing anything. So I did this thing with him where I had him go inside and grab 2 live ones. We set him out on the sidewalk. It was dry. We set him out on the sidewalk, a little bit apart from each other. He sprayed his stuff on it. It kept walking and going. I sprayed Lysol on it, and it died. And I said, "What the hell?" And he still charged us $100 because it didn't kill any of them. That's when I heard of diatomaceous earth.
Wow.
That's when I did some research and I found out about DE. We went to the feed store, which was 40 minutes away. We went and got it because we lived in the middle of nowhere in Oklahoma, and we got rid of them. Then,
And how much?
my
Hold on. How much was that
daughter,
solution, Anna? Anna, how much was that solution? Add the Lysol with the DE, and how much did that cost you?
Probably like $20.
we had already spent out of everything else, we had already spent probably a couple $100, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then when we figured out the DE was probably 15 bucks at the time. And then there was the Lysol. We started buying the generic Lysol because it worked. And that was, I think, like $3 at the time. And that was it. And
So
they
less
were
than
gone.
$20 did what hundreds of dollars didn't do.
Yep. And then we lived in when I moved when I moved to the city I live in now, in the apartments, I'm knocking on wood.
I'll
All
do
but
it too.
five all but 5 units out of 26 units, all
That's
but 5
mine was an apartment.
caught them. And it was because this one family had moved in, and it wasn't just, I don't mean one family. What I mean is 7 people moved in, adults moved into 7 different apartments, but they were
Oh,
all
gotcha.
related.
Okay.
So this one person picked up a couch. It didn't fit right in her apartment, so she gave it to this person. That person didn't like it. So they spread it all over through these apartments.
Oh my
Then they had
God.
people coming over from one apartment to another apartment. And then this other apartment got it because they were dumpster diving. And
Yep.
they got it the worst. They couldn't get rid of them. So they had to heat treat their house or their apartment 3 times.
Yep. That's when I got moved. They gave us a note. They said we will be coming to exterminate for this, and I just went, okay, it's not. It's definitely a problem. It's time to move out. It's like they were making it regular, like you would
What's
just
he
come in.
treating, guys?
The German cockroaches. They were
They
treating it like that.
heat treating.
What's he treating? What
They
are you guys talking
they
about with
tape
that?
up all the windows and they bring in these super heaters, like
Yeah,
super heaters,
they.
and they
It's
place
weird.
them in the rooms and stuff. But what happened was before, because it was their third time, they were required to rent one of those moving pod thingies. Okay.
Hmm.
And they were required to put certain things in there. Okay. They had to move furniture away from the wall and all this other shit.
Hmm.
And and then they did this, and then they seal up the door when they come out. They seal it up, and nobody can go in there for like 8 hours or something like that. And,
Yeah,
and
they
they
run
had
when it
bad
gets hot.
bunch of stuff. And yes, bed bugs can hibernate for up to 2 years.
Yeah, I
Yes,
knew it
they
was.
can. That's
2
why
years.
I'm asking about this heat bullshit, because I know from my experience in the heat that year that we had that problem, that was the year it was 120 degrees. And the only thing the heat did was make them burrow deeper into the area in which they were living at. That's
Or
all
come
they
into the
did.
Go on. Yeah.
Or right,
Yeah.
figure.
right. Find an escape somehow. Right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to run over, but yeah, that's why it's so hot. It's a hot spot here.
No, I don't want to push my
The
stomach.
ACs are all running and
Because
they're
they're not
coming in.
doing it right.
I'm just
No,
they're
just
doing
they
it
want.
right. It's already here. It's already. There's no way, unless everyone individually is taking care of their problem, there's no way to take care of this problem.
Well, I was
Well,
one.
actually, the health
Like I said,
department
I'm
should be
knocking on
stepping
wood.
in with Diatomaceous Earth.
Amen. All of our streets, every one of them's got a camping tent, and we were looking yesterday when we drove over to Glendale. I was making some comment because in the Phoenix area, they were on the highways. They were everywhere. You could see them. They were right on the street lines. When we drove into Glendale, they were tucked back into the alleys. They weren't on the streets. Glendale won't let them be on the streets. They push them back into the alley. We don't want to see you. Basically, was how I read that. That's the way it looked.
Well, if they're handing out chemicals and they're saying the solution is chemicals, then they're fucking lying to you, because the core ingredient to the solution of annihilating these bugs is diatomaceous earth.
Yeah, but do you see? It's just like anything else. Unless you have everybody on that page, you see what I'm saying?
The health department or the health administrator or the head dick in charge in Washington made everybody stay the fuck home. And if they can do that, then they can fucking annihilate these goddamn bugs that are really catastrophic to human beings if you ever had bed bugs.
Yeah. They're
I'm
wicked.
just gonna call it as I see it, Linda. And the fact of the matter is, if they really, really wanted to cure the goddamn problem, they would say, do bombs, do your diatomaceous earth, set your temperature at such and such degree, because then they'll come out of their little holes and crawl over the diatomaceous earth, and then they'll all die. They're not telling people these three things.
Bed bugs are bed bugs are attracted to carbon monoxide.
Sure are.
They're what you emit out of your breath.
Yes,
That's what they're
yes.
Yep.
So even if you warmed it up, it wouldn't really matter.
I think it's interesting how they use different blood. They don't fight everybody.
No, you're right. They are attracted to certain blood types. I don't know if it's.
Yeah, they are more attracted to negative Rh negative blood types as well.
Isn't that odd?
Yeah, and me and my daughter are Rh negative. But knock on wood again, when we had them in Oklahoma, I don't know why, but we did not have them in my bedroom. They never got to
Wow,
my bedroom.
really?
Yeah. Yeah. They were in my daughter's room first, then the living room, then my son's room, and they never crossed over into my room for some reason.
What I was getting
That's
at is it's psychological fucking
Hey,
warfare.
wait. You
It's
have to go back.
psychological warfare.
What did you say?
Yes.
What did she say about the Rh negative blood types?
Fleas, mosquitoes, and bed bugs, and I'm sure there's a few other things that are
Maybe.
done studies, and they're more attracted to people and animals, or well, I don't know about animals, but people that have Rh negative blood types.
Yeah, they're bloodsuckers.
Mm-hmm.
yes, they
You
are.
know,
Yes.
you know why? Do you know why? Because they were created by this nanotechnology thing, and that's how they do their studies with your blood type. They have home tracking devices that go backward, so that they just need a prick of your blood. That's it.
Yeah, there's less than
Well,
7%
that makes
of
better
the
sense to
world.
the freaking whole thing. Yeah.
There's less than 7% of the world that has Rh negative blood type.
Yeah, I know. I'm one of them. I have.
I'm A negative. What are you, Danny?
I'm AB
Guys,
negative.
My dad is
guys,
AB negative.
I'm something, and my daughter was very sick with her pregnancy, and they tested her blood, and she has the Rh factor. And I'm wondering if some ignorant doctors in Michigan just decided to not test my blood, and that's why I vomited for 10 months for each of my last pregnancies.
I did that with my first daughter.
Yes. Because you're supposed to have a series of shots after you have your child.
You vomited because your partner is not your blood type. That's why you vomited. Or you're not his blood type. That's why your children will not be born unto you unless because of the mixing. You're not supposed to mix your blood type. But you're never told this. This was done away with a long time ago. And now people
Well, I
are
have
seeing
2 kids sitting here after the mix, so now I don't even know how to feel about that.
Are you telling me that
because
because my dad's blood types are different, that's why I have no ethnicity?
We're like, oil and vinegar.
you are a hybrid of a different kind. You're a hybrid. The same with my children.
Alien.
You cannot be taught by a government schooling system. You are their teacher.
That is true. I dropped out.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Neither one of them was successful in their system.
Hey, the thing about it is, I push my kids and to recognize both sides. You recognize both sides. You want to add religion in. Let's add religion. Let's add the family drama. Let's go there. You want the very fine details of why your mother is a certain way and why you're a certain way and why dad's a certain way. Well, this is why. And this is why you don't mix the blood types. This is why you eat the way you do. This is why you take care of your own body. This is why you manifest all the things around you, because you are you. You're not your mom. You're not your dad. You're not your brother. You're not your sister. You're you.
And that's what I preach to them their whole life, because to me, my children are individuals. But what is
there's a part of them that is not going to show you what you think you already know. There's a part of them that is sacred to them that you don't get to know until years later, because now you can finally recognize it for what it is.
Yeah.
Which is why you're their mother.
What
and
do
they have
they
a
inject in you that makes like the vomiting and shit stop?
what makes that stop? For me,
Yeah.
it was pickles and vanilla ice cream with French fries.
No, I mean like when they find out you have a Rh factor, what injection are they giving you?
Oh, the Rogam shot. It's horrible. When you look into it, it's basically somebody else's fucking DNA in your body. And if they have any kind of nasties, it won't show up until it's already in your body because then you mixed it. You know, but you're possibly maybe guaranteed a child, but you're not possibly guaranteed a child with health. You're positively guaranteed your child is now in the system because now that child, nobody knows why it still exists,
Right.
and this must be found out. It could be hostile to the government
I'm so
around you.
confused because I had 2 children with this
It could
and
complicate
they
things
were
in the school if they have a brain. It could, overwrite the system of social structures because they can think for themselves.
oh god, that makes so much fucking sense. Finally, something that makes fucking sense.
As a child, I was independent.
She was telling boogeyman's to fuck off at 4 years old.
Hey, you have to. I had
Mm-hmm.
to sit my daughter down and show her a fucking 3D medical book and explain why and where babies come from. And, you're going to school. So this is the school system you're going into. These people aren't your parents, so they'll be escorting you to the bathroom. So if they touch you improperly, please let me know if anybody touches you improperly.
Mm-hmm.
Because they will have words with me. And believe me, I made words known lots of times. This was not good for other people. I'm a bitch. But if you're nice, you might get some fresh salsa in a bottled mason jar.
Yo, I'm so much like that, Danny. Like, I don't bring out that bitch card often, but when I do, it's for real. And yeah, I always try to end it with like a little spicy sweetness. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I don't want to be negative all the time. But yeah, I'm a bitch like that. I'll hold your hand over the coals. If you give me that standard, I'm going to measure everybody by that standard. They want us to measure ourselves by a different standard than they measure themselves.
Well, it's like this here. The door might hit you on your way out, but it's only because your hands were full.
Yes. Yes,
But
exactly.
those situations come and go. And the thing about it is that eventually currency is available,
Mm-hmm.
in ways that you can't even imagine.
Right.
Thing. That's the thing. You look beautiful in red, and look at you.
She sure does.
You're muted.
Everyone say their favorite color.
You're muted, sweetie. Anna, you're muted. There you go.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite colors.
Yeah. Looks
Green.
She looks really good
Green.
in green.
You see, I have a
yellow.
problem. I have a problem with these things because people have asked me that many times, and I'm like, I'm just thankful that we have all these different colors. That way I can see what variety is.
That's
Smell
a good way to look at it.
Mhm.
So I
I'm
just
color
appreciate it.
deficient.
Just
You seem
appreciate
like
it.
a
For what
lavender gray kind of person.
Nice.
I love the smell of lavender. And in Oregon, we have these like farmers markets, and this one guy's farm with his wife, they make lavender everything, and they bring it to 3rd Street and there's like bands that will play. You got the fucking Turkey Rama. You got these people with all kinds of fun things to do, and they all they ask is if you want to try it. It's gonna afford you a little money, but it is what it is. And then a lot of the time, it's basically word of mouth. Because we know now that it's not necessarily about documents, because those have gotten us nowhere. That's not
Exactly.
God's people ain't in a fucking document.
Exactly.
You have not been signed, sealed, and delivered by your God.
I mean, if I have to start a fire, that document might come useful, but only in that case.
Right?
Right?
Hey, I've done it lots of times. I've had to write it down all on paper just to spit on it, put my blood on it, and throw it in the fire and be like, fuck it. It is what it is.
I think that's why I get, what's that, Larry?
I was telling Moose he's backstage, but I can't add him because it says they need to connect to Mike before I can add them to stream. They're gone now.
If Moose comes up here and says his favorite color is green, I want Mom to give me $5.
What the hell? How did I get that?
That was me. I said green.
Yeah, Liz said green.
I know she said green.
I know she said green. Somebody's working for $5. Somebody wants $5.
What do you want to buy for $5?
Well, I'm gonna give that $5 back to you so I can get weed.
There you go.
Oh, I knew there was a
Go looking for
motivation there
some cans.
somewhere.
Go take your can.
Hey, Moose is in the house.
I'm out.
Yo, Moose.
Give a foot massage or a back rub.
Moose has to give his favorite color.
I like the rainbow.
Danny, I like the rainbow.
But not the rainbow you all think is a rainbow.
Not the rainbow, not the rainbow we see, the rainbow Danny sees.
Yeah.
Guys, my son has such a sense of humor. And he just walks in and he goes, yo, 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 yo.
Nice. We're rubbing off on him.
Yeah. Hi, bud. Yeah.
What is his name, Mary?
Vinci.
Oh. Yeah? Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah, that's pineapple something. We're trying to get him off the soda and shit. Let me see.
It's called water, Mama.
Yeah.
My kids always like those bubbly things. If I put like organic juices in them and put some bubbles in it, they were good. Yeah, that's a good one. That's right.
Mine likes to see the fruit floating in it, so I'll put strawberries and lemons.
Yo, girl.
Watermelon. What?
This would be good with coffee. No. This would be good as an alcoholic drink, and I don't even drink a lot of alcohol, but when I smell it,
smells like a margarita.
Yes, yeah, yeah, that's exactly what it smells like.
I always served my mom and me a good margarita.
Hey, Danny, I want to ask you a question.
What's up?
I bought a papaya. How would I know if it's ripe?
Oh, a papaya.
Yeah.
I haven't had one of those in a while. I think it's when it's a little soft.
Softer? Okay. Yeah. And then I bought one of those dragon fruits. I want to see.
Those are so good.
It looks too good. I'm like, how can I get into you? I don't want to harm you.
Yeah, but they're not an overpoweringly like flavor and sweetness that you think. Mm-hmm. It's just kind of subtle and beautiful. So like if you like like dragon fruit.
Mm-hmm.
I always put them in a blender with other things. You know, it gave it a certain taste. It was really good.
Well, thank you for telling me that because I am a newbie to it all. We're exploring, and I'm after the
What's
seeds.
there?
You know, Linda, it's not a flamboyant fruit.
Flamboyant fruit. If you have a sweet tooth, it's not your gig.
I mean, no, it's sweet, but it's kind of a subtle. You know, it's kind of a subtle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
question.
It surprised me too.
Sorry. Does everybody know how diatomaceous earth actually works with
Yeah.
bugs?
Oh yeah, it's
It
go ahead and tell us
dry like a fucking
because it's awesome. Tell us, please.
Okay. They crawl on it, and the powder, because diatomaceous earth is just crushed seashells, basically.
Yeah.
Okay? So
Well, it's a
they
certain
crawl
kind of
across
shell,
their
yeah.
jump on it, right? And it slices their bellies,
Yeah.
and it dehydrates them from the inside out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like a bed bug will go from black or brown to clear.
Yeah.
Come on.
I was like,
Clear or light
"Ooh,
tan,
that's
right?
gnarly shit. Let's get a big bag."
Right. I always put it on the carpet and like leave it in there for a while with some of the powder, like some of like baking
They like the
powder.
Yeah.
tacky for the carpet that holds the carpet down. They love that shit. That
Yeah.
little wood that holds the tack.
That's why I fucking hate carpets in the house, man.
I'll leave it on the
I
carpet.
can't. Me too. I came here with a 5-pound bag because I knew I was moving like to country, and there's prairie dogs out here, which are the cutest little bastards I've ever seen. But they can carry the black plague virus.
Yeah.
So we brought our dogs here, and I'm like 60 days. We have to not give them anything for fleas for 60 days because we need to find out if
Yeah.
we have fleas around us.
That's
Because
right.
I
That's the
wasn't
thing
just
about
about to do my own property. What's that?
I said that's kind of similar. Like you guys have a drier climate, but in Oregon we got like the nasty mice and like these ginormous, humongous rodents and things like that. So like, and we got birds, like in parks, like crazy birds. So like everything is bringing something with it when it comes, and like Oregon's like
Right.
worst places because it's a moldy state.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we got these things. They're called no-see-um, and they hide in the pine trees over here.
Oh, I
They
freaking
will
hate
fuck
them.
Oh, I hate those things.
shit out of you.
They get you and they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
Before you know it, they're gone.
No CMs. Like there's a reason they have that name.
Oklahoma had
There's
them.
a
And
tiny,
so
tiny,
did
tiny
They
little
look like
bug, and they're like
teeny
bright
tiny
green.
triangles with black wings. That's what they look like.
I got bit by one the very first
No CMs.
Yeah.
Yes.
in the fucking ow.
I got
Yeah.
That was trauma for me.
Yes.
I got bit so bad by those things, me and my kids, one summer that we looked like we had chicken pox, but it was those things.
Yeah. So when we were in the throes of our bug issue between moving here after Louisiana, me and Vinci. So me and my son must have the same blood type. Because my daughter and my husband didn't get the bites so much, but me and my son were like suffering. That's what that one ear doctor tried to use against me. And she says, she looks at my son and she says, "You're preventing your son from having a very important surgery." And I'm like, what? What surgery is that? Because we're at an ear doctor, right? Very specific.
Yeah.
And she goes, "He needs to have those tubes taken out of his ears, washed, and put back in." I said, what did you just say? Now I'm getting freaking mad. Now I'm steaming mad. But I'm in ultimate control. And she goes into a tirade about how I'm depriving my child to the point where my daughter hotboxing in there was like, "Can you stop talking to my mom like that? Do you see how you're trying to make my mom feel?"
Mm-hmm.
She didn't know I was plotting inside my head. You know what I'm saying? That's the doctor that I walked away from. 2 weeks later, her office calls me and says these exact words. Not hi, this is so-and-so's office. It was, this is doctor's office, doctor whatever her fucking name is.
Mhm.
And is it true that your son hasn't seen a specialist in 3 years?
All right. Like it's
I
any
was
other
like,
fucking.
you know what is true? I'll tell you what's true. You're not my son's damn doctor. And I don't have to answer that damn question.
Yeah.
Don't call me ever again. Because no ENT that I have been to in all these years have ever taken used tubes out of my son's ears, washed them, and put them back in. That has never happened. And never will. Like, you can ask any otolaryngologist if they've done that, and they're going to tell you straight up, absolutely not. Because you're introducing bacteria, reintroducing it to the ear. They would never do that. They always use sterile.
Yeah.
So she called CPS on me for medical neglect.
Wow.
You know what she didn't mention in the medical neglect? The bug bites.
Mm-hmm.
Because not that my son needed the surgery, but me and him were battling. Like I said, I was on medicine and skin cream, and he was on skin cream. We were battling this, and it really wasn't any of her business. She didn't say that. She just said that I'm neglecting to for him to have surgery. So I took the social worker around. It was so hot that year. It was 120 degrees. So I took the social worker behind the camper. I'm like, you're gonna want to come in the shade for this. Actually, I opened the door. I said, daughter, can I have my phone? And I said, social worker, do you see the 2 kids? Yes. Thank you for the phone. And I closed the door, and that was the last time she's seen them. So I took her behind the camper here, which isn't like an alley or anything, on open land, but in the shade. I said, you got your pen and paper ready? So then I pulled up the last 3 months of doctor's appointments to her.
Nice.
And she was like, wow. So then she still made me show her the inside of my fridge. Medical neglect, and she makes me still show her the inside of my fridge. And my bulk storage was outside. So I just had to open up a deep freezer outside and show her, look, here's my overflow storage right there. So at the end, I think she was looking for pot plants too. So at the end, I'm snarky at this point. My tolerance has ended, and she says, you need to calm down, ma'am. Dude, I hate that freaking word. I hate that word. And I said to her, you know what? You let me charge that doctor with medical neglect because she did not write my son a prescription. She did not care for him. And I know damn well she billed the insurance. So if not neglect, then fraud. Because this is my land. This is my children's sanctuary. You went on the word of an ignorant doctor, and now you're going to tell me to calm down on my land? You're on the wrong land. Dude, she had brought a sheriff with her. The sheriff took a giant step backwards.
Yeah.
Because he knew I was right in that moment. Tell me to calm down one more time on my land. You're going to find out what kind of monster I can become because you're invading me, not the other way around.
Right. It's interrogation on your own property. You have a right to defend yourself. There's not been any paper that showed you otherwise. Plus, on the other thing is that, according to that person, they're, if they are legalized documents and court papers and court jurors and whatever persons of the state, well, then you're guilty for, working for people who say they're Christian background and Christian faith, and you're saying that, knowing through maritime laws that you're talking to the dead, you're an abomination to your father.
Well,
My
and that's the thing.
sister,
She acted like I didn't have a right to say anything, and I think the officer's behavior said it as better than I could have, because even he in that moment didn't have a right to be on my land because I disproved their false report. And they're not letting me. They say that there's charges for falsely reporting, right?
Well,
But the
basically, they did your children no benefit at all by being there, because your children have now seen the disgusting thing in their mother's eye on their land, and this is another abomination.
exactly. Exactly. And that woman wanted to act like bow down and obey. Oh, you got me twisted with someone else.
Because in all reality, your children are bodies of countries. So she revealed herself in such a way as to be the shining light of your motherhood.
Mm-hmm.
And you just
Right.
you just used your blade to calculate the sunlight and swirl your sword where it's now reflecting in her light about where the light conscious of Christ comes in your life.
Mm-hmm.
And this land maybe was your land, but now it's my land. And if you don't get off, I'm going to shoot your head off. So get the fuck out my face. Go represent your land.
Absolutely. And my parting statement to her was, am I ever going to see you again? Because I need to know
And you
now.
just have to say, baby girl, islands in the sand, that is what we are. Mine is private, and I set the bars. Go away from me, go on, fuck yourself, cause I don't rely on your bullshit. Oh no.
Look, Daddy.
Yeah. Get it.
Oh, yeah.
That's how it is.
Oh, my gosh. I was so disappointed to have that experience upon entering Colorado. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it kept my eyes open. Don't forget, you didn't leave the earth. You just moved to Colorado. But I wound up reporting her to the medical board in the state of Colorado for what she did. So whatever karma she has coming to her, you know, I wipe my hands of it.
If your paper, whoever your parents signed you off to, if that person can't step forward and be like, yes, I own you, here's your birthmark certification, you know, I own you, and you can't confront that person and be like, you own me, how is it that you own me? And if you own me, how am I supposed to pay that back? How would you like me to pay that back?
Mm-hmm.
How would you? We just don't ever talk. We just don't ever talk. You own me, but we never talk. You know? It's like blown farts in the wind.
Well, that's exactly, you know, as I come out to the public, I heard a lot of our town had a lot of honorable type of parades. One of them that was really cool was the Fireman's Day Parade. When the firemen would, like, you know, just shine up their trucks and their old trucks, you know, and show them to the public, which was really cool.
Yeah.
But
and the kids throw out candy to the streets like that?
yes, it was so fun. And that was when still you could have your little parties at the fire station after the parade. You know what I'm saying? Like, they'd all take all their dress gear off and relax, and it would become like a whole town party before chaos, before fighting and stuff like that. Well, part of what came through during those experiences was this honoring the veterans because they fought for your freedom. And I always had just
Oh
a
yeah.
really hard time with that. I wouldn't be free this day if I didn't fight when I was a child to be free. So I just had a conflict of attitude with that,
Well, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like I didn't ask anybody to go do that for me. Didn't ask it. I was born and raised here. The thing about it is, being born and raised here, you do have to be brave. You do have to stand on your own 2 feet. You do have to pick yourself up when you gotta go. You do not, if you're a woman, you gotta do what you gotta do, because you're not a fucking girl. It's
That's
totally
it.
different.
So why can't we feel honor? Why can't we feel the same freaking honor about what we've done in our
It's
life
like
that they almost demand us to do for them, for their
it's
military,
like
for their
here.
violence?
I'm here. I'm here. Still taking care of the elderly that people left behind.
Mhm.
Still representing me and my life and the way I do things. Because I have a life. I have a whole
He
bunch
looks
of
abused, doesn't he?
experiences.
Look how abused he looks.
Look
I
at
want to
that
reach
baby.
through the screen and pet that dog. I love you, Buster. Buster
Well,
Roo, I
See,
love
he
you.
knows though. Look at
that's
that
Zeus.
puppy. He's comfortable. He knows.
That's Zeus.
Oh,
And
that's
he's abused.
Zeus?
That's Zeus. He's abused. Can't you tell? Look how abused he is.
I'm sorry for calling you Buster
Shivering.
Zeus.
He's so scared.
My oldest boy's dog's name is Zeus, and it's a pit bull. And you know what's funny, Larry? Is when I was younger, we used to have a Malamute mixed with a pit bull with a short tail when I was younger.
No way. That
Yeah.
had to be the funniest looking dog. Was it furry? Was
She
it
was a
Pitbull that
brave.
looked furry, or was it?
No, she was short tail,
That's
medium-sized dog,
Buster there.
short-haired, butch. Her
Oh,
tail got
there's
butch, but
Buster. Hi,
she's
Buster.
beautiful.
That's the old man, old grumpy old man.
Oh, we love you still, Buster.
He's the
Look.
brown baby.
Bubby's coming and say hi to Buster. Can you show
Aww.
him Buster? Look, there's Buster. He has a Buster
Isn't he
too.
beautiful?
Does that make you
Okay,
want to
now I'll show
cry?
you Zeus.
Yeah.
Zeus.
It's okay.
Here's Zeus.
Okay, look.
Wait,
You know, your
That's
son gets
Zeus,
to be around
Vinci.
all those
Oh.
dogs. That's all my son wanted to do, is be around dogs all day long.
Yes, like we can't even we have to ask the person, like we see Vinci heading that way, like, can he pet your dog? Because dogs have this attraction to him and he has this attraction to dogs. Oh, Bubba.
Yeah, my last 2 kids used to scare me because they were so little. But like Nara, she'll even go up to any fucking dog. It don't matter how big that motherfucker is. She'll go up to it and be like, "Hi, puppy, I love you, puppy." It's so funny. Yeah.
You watched the movie and drank coffee with Dad this morning? Yeah.
Frankie,
Uh-huh.
leave that rooster alone, Frankie.
Okay, hold on. Did Dad put that drink in his coffee?
Yeah.
He did? To make Vinci strong?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Oh. Is it Daddy's special strong drink in there?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, awesome. Well, that's when you drink coffee then. Do it with Dad, because when you come here and we give you this coffee, you don't like it. So just drink it with Dad. It's okay. Have fun with Dad, okay? Awesome.
Aw.
So Dad mixes a protein drink because we're trying to help Vincy with his weight issue. So he mixed a protein drink with that pineapple drink and added a little bit to his coffee, and Vincy drank it on up.
That's awesome.
Right on.
Yeah.
So his
I-
autism's. Sorry, Danny, go ahead.
Mm-mm. You go.
His autism is partially it's a reaction autism. So because of his Downs and because of his hospitalization at 6 months old, he went from 6 months old back to newborn. Like we had to treat him that way. Even he didn't even hold his head up straight at 6 months old. So after the illness, it was like he went back to zero. And what happens with the development, especially emotional development, when something like this occurs, it's a stunt. Like it stunts their growth, but in a sensory way. So his autism's called pervasive developmental disorder. So he's had, a consistent struggle, which caused his development to have a disorder. So he has texture issues with his food.
Yep.
He used to have texture issue with his blankets. Right, some shirts, right. That he
I'm
won't
sure
wear.
smells bother him too. I'm sure smells bother him.
They're starting to, yes. What's in that cup? Is that from yesterday?
Yeah, it's your keep talking.
Oh yeah, you forgot to dump that out yesterday. So yeah, we're in a challenging stage where he sees things he wants, but he can't get past his own sensory issues to enjoy them. And we're all new at it. We never had a special needs child in the family, so it's kind of a struggle for all of us. For us to help him wrap his head around it, for him to accept that
Well,
as much as he wants it, he's not gonna like it. He's wasted so many cups of coffee. It's not even funny.
well, maybe he just doesn't want to be. Maybe he just doesn't want to be a special needs kid. He just wants you to know that he's a kid with needs, and it's just different from all the other ones.
He doesn't know he's a special needs kid. I've grown up with him. I've been with him essentially my whole life. I've climbed into his crib and slept with him. We've traded rooms.
Your
I
brother
know
and
this
sister.
kid like the back of my hand, and he doesn't know he has special needs. What he knows is that everybody sees him differently. He knows what
Yes.
people that sees
How
him the
could you
right
not
way
know?
and what people who see him
Right. Yes.
Yeah, your
But he
son is
doesn't know
fucking
why.
smart.
And it hurts him a lot to not
Mhm.
understand why people either do or don't like him.
Well, that's why I
Right.
put it on the person. Like in Michigan, as he was growing up, if we went to any store at all, he would start greeting people. like he walked in as the greeter, like, hi, hi, hi. And a lot of times in Michigan, it's not the same in Colorado, but a lot of times in Michigan, 80% of the people would not wave back.
And this was in his cute stage, so he was
You know,
innocent and adorable.
He was still wearing 4T at 8 years old. So he was a really little tiny boy. And most times we would then pick him up and comfort him because we knew we could see the pain. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why people aren't waving back. By the time we
put him
got
in
to
customer
Colorado,
service. Put him in customer service. He'll find out.
well, by the time he experienced Louisiana, and that was a really detrimental 360 days of our life. So by the time we got to Colorado, and a lot of people were waving, he's like, "Who's that? Who's that?" Because he's thinking now only people who know you wave. So we walked into the store. The first person's like, "Hi there, son. How you doing?" And then the second person didn't. And the best thing I ever seen in my life, my son shrugged his shoulders like, "Oh well," and then just continued on. I was like, oh, the Lord has mercy. You know,
Right? It is what it is,
he,
Mary.
he was,
Son's fucking smart. Man. He might
yes,
not
he
be
is. He's
everybody's
smart.
smart, but I'm telling you, he's fucking smarter than they are that think that he's not.
My cousin got mad that I was watching survival shows with him because one day we were standing at the end of our driveway in Michigan. It was cold. So Vincey goes over and he grabs a whole bunch of leaves and he crushes them up. And then he gets little tiny twigs and he puts them on. And then he gets little bigger twigs and puts them on. And then he goes like this with his hand, like, because we taught him how to use a flint stick. And he goes, and he blows on it.
Oh yeah.
Fire, Mom.
Man, I got to know these things, man.
My cousin's like, you taught him how to create fire? I'm like, I didn't give him a lighter, dummy. But why are you acting like he doesn't deserve to have this information? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly. It's like my sons. It's like with my sons, you know, they like hunting and fishing and you know, using guns and going hunting with their brother-in-law, and it's just like, you know, they ask you to trust them and you're like, all right, my dad trusted me with a gun at 8 years old, I guess I could trust them, you know. The thing, it is what it is. There's a
I
respect.
mean, he
of
wasn't 8, but we've taught our son how to shoot a gun because we live in the middle of the country. You know what I'm saying?
He shot a BB gun, wasn't it?
No, he shot a 22. I think only a 22 because that's kind of he can't wrap his head around these bigger guns that need more thought. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a
He
good
probably
shot
could.
myself, just to put in my own blood.
I bet you if you
Well,
got your certain video game and he played it, he would be off the fucking charts smarter and tell you exactly how that thing fires up, how to break it down, how many seconds it's going to take him to break it down. But he's going to do it in his way, not your way, Mary.
no, you're right. But the one thing we're not sure if we can wrap his head around is the kickback of the bigger guns because that could hurt him. And without
Yeah,
him knowing
you'd be
it,
surprised. He's a big guy. It's not going to hurt him. It's just your mom.
Well, if he
You
was
think
known
he's
how to
not
handle it,
capable of.
he probably
You think
shoot
he's
it
not
off and
capable
get
of
really
it, but
fucking
look at your
scared.
daughter. Look at what your daughter's capable of.
no, he would just get mad if he didn't hold it the right way and he hurt his shoulder. He will get mad at us because he anticipates from us to explain it properly to him so that he understands
Yeah.
it. That's why we're like, do we or don't we? Like we're thinking of getting like a medium, something
Yeah.
in between a 22 and I have a 22 and then a 30-06.
Dad,
So I need something smaller than the 30-06 to help him learn.
Dad would have to introduce him because if he tried it once and didn't like it and it was us, he'd never do it again. But if
True.
it was with Dad and Dad made it fun, every time Dad would
Yeah.
bring it up and we would think
He would
he'd
want to
say
try
no,
it
and he'd be
again.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. We have had to utilize the male bonding issue
Right.
with him.
I
in
used to
this.
be his
I
best friend
figured out
and I
that
got cheated out by a dad. I feel a little angry about it.
What's that, Larry?
But
I figured since Zeus was going to be the star of the show, I better put his name up there.
Oh, look at him.
Nice.
I like his feathered out, the feather between his eyes. That's beautiful.
Yes.
He's a good.
We
It's
had
funny because he's actually a service dog, and a lot of times when he greets people, he'll jump up on them, and people, are like, "Oh, your dog's jumping on me." We're like, "No, he's checking your breathing."
Right.
oh,
Dogs are
so
so
sweet.
smart.
I like dogs who do that without having to learn it.
Yes.
That means like when I lived with my sister, we adopted a dog and we named him Marshall from our friend, but he was not a good fit for our family. So we had to give him to our neighbor that lives by the beginning of the highway. And that neighbor has strokes that none of us knew. The dog didn't know. Dog's never been around people with strokes. And as soon as we gave him to Marshall, Marshall could read when he had strokes and was able to get him to lay down and do whatever he needed to do.
Oh,
So
nice.
dogs have a natural talent for that. I think it's
Yeah.
kind of awesome. I like
Yeah.
it when
Have
they
you
don't need to be taught. That
have
means
you
that they're
seen
meant
that?
for the job.
Mhm.
Yo,
Have you,
my daddy dog Socks, a mouse had ran out from underneath our building there. And because
Mhm.
I'm thinking I have to teeth him, right? And I'm like, look, Socks, go get it. Go get it. So it ran under that deep freezer I was telling you about. And I'm like, kids, tip that forward so he could, try. I'm trying to get him, boost him up to go get this. So he sticks his paw under like where the fan would be under a small deep freezer. When you tip it forward, it's at the bottom area. He sticks his paw in there and pulls out a giant freaking rat. A
Oh.
giant rat, guys. And then he
What?
chases it. Yep. He chases it, snaps his neck, drops the rat, and goes, "Ooh."
Gross.
Because I was
What?
afraid of teaching him to do that because I didn't want him to eat it.
And
That's
he
brilliant.
after stuff, he screams like a little baby.
Mhm.
He did too. I never seen a dog do that in my entire life.
Not angry, not growls, screaming like a little baby. When he chases rabbits
Oh.
in the springtime, that's all we hear.
I thought he got
Deferred.
hurt one day. I went chasing after him like, Socks, come back, my rat killer, come back, come back. And he's like
Oh.
walking up to me all happy. I'm like, what the hell was that noise all about? Like, are you hurt? What's wrong? And then we figured out that he does this high yipping sound when he chases rabbits.
Yeah. Zeus has
But he's
brown eyes.
silent. He's, huh?
Oh, I was just looking
Dave.
at Zeus's brown eyes.
Yep.
You're so handsome. Look, he's like, you're interrupting my morning nap. I don't know why people are talking to me. Oh, squishy little faces.
We used to have one of those, didn't we?
We had a husky, and his markings on his head made him look like Eddie Munster, so we called him Eddie.
that's funny.
It was the funniest thing we've ever seen in our life.
That big old guy was full of personality.
Yes, he was.
I met
kind
a
of
I met
I
a
kind
donkey in Arkansas that looked like a freaking Indian chief.
Nice.
I kind of wish like when we were up here and we had our
Girl.
video going that our screen would
Girl.
light up like it does when we have our icon up. You know how you see your voice, how it lights up around your picture. I wish it kind of did that on screen so you know that your volume's working.
Right? We'd all walk away from the screen like with buoyancy in our eyes. Yeah.
So boozed. So boozed. Yeah.
She's tearing that corn up. I'm telling you. She's like, y'all, I'm gonna finish this off. I don't need you.
I made my sons watch that dog whisperer guy
Oh,
and
Caesar.
and a few others because I'm like,
I have one of his books.
they always told me they wanted animals, and I'm like, do you even know how to take care of that? So I made it a point so that I'd have some communication with my kids. I made it a point that when I moved out into my own place, every day I came home from work because I didn't have cable, I didn't have anything for a long time. I told them they had to write on a piece of paper or have to remember to tell me at least one thing they found out about an animal that was like the craziest shit. Because I had to come home and be able to appreciate what they thought was crazy to them, because it had nothing to do with what I had to work with. So this is how we communicated. This is how we communicated, and it works.
That's cool.
Yeah. Mary, your microphone's on.
Is it still snowing there, Danny?
No, it's chill. It's not snowing here, but it's cold. It's gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I would have recognized that when my kids were growing up, Danny.
Yeah, well, it was kind of like I had to grow up with them all by myself in my new apartment. It's like I had to re-know everything. I had to redo everything because things that they finally could talk to me about were opening up, and I was just like, where the fuck was I? Oh yeah, I was at work. Oh yeah, I was
Right.
at work. Oh God, is that how it looked to you?
Right.
All right. Well, I was at work. I was working. And to work for 3 kids under one roof by yourself, that's a fucking bomb fucking drop.
Yep. That's a
Yeah.
big task.
Talking about lighting the candle at both ends.
Dude, burning midnight oil never took such a toll on a person's life.
Right.
Yep,
Oh,
yep,
shit.
yep. I've had 2 jobs, many, because in New York, like, even in the early 90s, I couldn't find a rent under $800. And that's just for me
Right.
and my daughter. So there were so many times I had to work. I worked, let's see, the one, I think I had 4 hours of downtime in between the jobs. And that was cut short because I had to get up and bring my daughter over here and do this and do that before I could ever go in, you know?
Yeah.
It's not an easy. And I probably let that behind, but I don't even let that bother me anymore, you know?
Right.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
So I'm doing this little experiment.
Or what is that?
It's the bottom end of the onion that I didn't use when I made stew.
Oh, okay, nice.
So I
Growing, huh?
plopped it in the dirt and I started letting it grow.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens when this goes outside and see if it actually does give. Because people say do this all the time and they only show you this part. Well, I'm going to show you what happens in the fall after you plant it in the ground to see if it's actually worth doing this. You know what I'm saying? Or just starting from scratch.
Yeah, my mom always keeps everything in the house until it's ready. It's time to put it, because there's so many times that you can't rely on what everybody's telling you, and you already know the frost is coming.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes it comes more than once, that frost. So you gotta just kind of feel your way, especially with your own surroundings. You just feel your way. And when it's time to garden, you'll garden. When it's time to do what you gotta do, you'll do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I had to
Yep.
erase everything I knew from the East Coast because it didn't work here. And I had to be smart enough to know that before I could be successful.
And sometimes it might take a year or 2. Sometimes it might take 7 or 8 years. I mean, I went to another. I had to go to 2 parenting classes assigned by the court. You know, and I'm like looking at people, and you know, you hear the little stories, and I'm just like, that's fucking not why I'm here.
Right. For real.
I'm like, are you shitting me? Why some dude's trying to hit on you when you're just trying to take care of your life?
Right,
Say no,
right,
fucker.
right. See,
You
that's
know?
the part. And I think no
And I
matter what
can't-
we do,
I can't tell the other person to go do that job or whatever. I can't do that. It's my job. I did my job. And I'm still doing my job the way I gotta do my job. Even if my body shuts down, I have to shut down with it and do my job. You know?
Yep.
I
Well,
paid
that's why
for all
running
my
into people
stupidity.
like the
I literally paid out of my own pocket that I made money with my Social Security and my you know, all the things that I invested in that got cut short, you know,
Yeah.
because you can't run a corporation with dead motherfuckers.
Right. Yes.
Because you have to be alive. You have to be alive. Or wait a minute, are
Well,
you
that's
dead?
it right there.
Are you dead and alive? Or are you alive and dead? And this thing that people call life and death, they don't even know where it comes from.
Yep.
They
Yep.
question on a daily if it exists, if their life exists, if their kids and marriage exist, if their parents existed. And now you're opening up to a different way of how everybody existed. It's like, you know, you're not sure which way to look. How God's coming at you, how the devil's coming at you, how everybody's coming at you. And it's just like, well, fucking come at me, bitches. I'm tired.
Yes.
I'm tired.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I'm tired, but if you want to fuck around and find out, let's go.
Right.
Like that's what's been my attitude, especially when CPS was called on me here in Colorado. I'm like, all right, if this is the way it's gonna be, then I ain't in retirement at all. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
like,
I'm
oh
not.
yeah, let me buy into that crypto that I can't see. Let me work
Yeah.
for something I can't see. Let me work for that. Or is
Yeah.
that gonna work for me? How is that gonna happen? Do I even have to worry about
See,
it?
when we got
Why should it
here,
even be a worry?
when we got here, I had moved like more than 45 times, so I never really stayed long. In Michigan, I was in one place for almost 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
But when I got here, I'm like, hey, let's learn our community. Let's learn the people we live around because this is where we own land now. So
Did
we
you
heard
find
about
out
this
how
thing.
small the world was, Mary?
No, I wish I learned how small the world was. That would have been a nicer lesson, to tell you the truth. What I learned was you can't escape some people's human nature to misbehave. And you can ignore it or you can do something about it. And because I'm a do something about it kind of person, I had to do something about it. And I hated every second of it because I wanted to get knee deep into my community. I thought, well, it was a positive way. Like they had to do something about something bad that was going on, but positive, like farm market positive, you know, like summer festivals positive. Like that's where I was going. Like let's enjoy where we're living. And the first thing I come up with are people who are skimming off the top so bad that I had no choice but to do something about it because they were
There you
hurting
go.
the poor of the community. They weren't skimming off a rich person. This is what their spiel was, Danny. Um, come to our food co-op. It's $100 of food, and it only costs you $20 a box. What they were doing was cutting the rotten parts of the vegetables off and putting them in there. They were picking the great stuff and putting them aside for themselves. There were some vegetables that were hardy in the market, like avocados, that they didn't even give away. And we're talking pounds and pounds of it. I accidentally heard the husband of the woman running it like, this is going to be a good Super Bowl party.
Mm.
And I'm like,
Wow.
and then this is the straw. There's two straws that break the camel's back. When we first got involved and moved here, we're like, yeah, we'll buy a box. We want to help perpetuate the program. This is before I knew what I knew, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I put the box over, put our coats on it. This is our stuff. I want everybody to know I paid for this. Here's the receipt. And didn't even take it to our vehicle because don't want to have any misinterpretation, right? Transparency. Never even walked over by our box the whole day. And all of a sudden, around 3 in the afternoon, this woman looks at my daughter and says, did you take my box? And I was like, hello, our box is right over here with our coats on it. We haven't touched it all day. Here's the receipt. We're the only ethnic ones there that day. This woman walked up to my daughter and said, take me to the vehicle and show me the box. Show me your box. She had just taken it out. We were ending the day because I was cleaning up. And I didn't know she did this. So she came back in and didn't say anything to me. But then my daughter took me aside and told me what was going on. So that's what got me into maybe I need to look deeper here. That's how I got clued into all of that. And the last thing that happened was this gentleman, he was about 80 years old. He was one of the last people to arrive for a box. And all of us who volunteered were like, oh shit, there ain't enough to put. He wanted 4 boxes. There's nowhere enough to put 4 boxes of food. So we're sweating, and I turned to the chick who's running it, and I'm like, we're out? Is this it? No, oh no, there's more in a truck, but let's just throw this, and that together. She gave him shit for $80. So finally, I'm like, you know what? I had enough. And I didn't even call the person within my county. I called the person who ran the same program in another county, and I reported to them what I saw in my county. And they haven't had it back since. Whoever was doing it completely lost their job. I don't know if anything happened to them. I don't even care. But the depravity I saw in that 6 weeks pissed me off so much that me coming here as kind of like a retired type activist, like in your face activist, I'm just gonna like live out the rest of my day and make a homestead for my family. Now is / fuck with me and find out, motherfuckers.
Did you tell
Right.
them the part where
That's
the
what it
woman was
is.
talking about her Super Bowl party while she was taking all that shit?
Yeah, the avocado. That's what I told her. Yeah.
It was more than that. She took 3 boxes of food.
I didn't see everything you saw.
Oh.
And then we stopped talking about it after I did something about it because it enraged us. And I just didn't want to keep feeding it. You know what I'm saying? I already did what I needed to do, and I just wanted to like take it out of my brain because that was not a welcome party I wanted to Colorado.
These aren't little boxes. These are big boxes. These are barely to carry alone kind of boxes. So she took like 3 shopping carts worth of food
Holy
for
shit.
a fucking Super Bowl party. Are you kidding me? These are for the poor. There's a huge problem about the poor in this county.
There's no homeless shelters. There's like a soup kitchen. The Catholic will open for 2 hours a day, and that's it. And the police harass the homeless so bad, and I guess they used to have some kind of deal with the town south of us, the first town in New Mexico, Raton. So between Trinidad and Raton is Raton Pass. So the police, I guess these are stories I've heard from before I got here. So I can't say this happened in the last 6 years, but I could tell you the story I was told. And the story I was told is the police would go around to the encampments. They would slice the tents. They would pick up the homeless. They would drive them to the Raton Pass, drop them off, and say, Raton is that way 45 minutes. They would go to Raton. They would get involved in an encampment. And it would probably like happen once a month or one of those things. They were getting involved in an encampment. Those police down there would do a tent slashing shit, destroy everybody's property, give them a ride to the Raton Pass and say, Trinidad is 45 minutes that way. I was so disgusted when I was learning all this truth about where I moved. I was like, oh, no wonder why God didn't want me to look at these towns before we moved here. Now I get it, because I would really not have bought this property that close to what is going on in that city.
The apocalypse time it'll be built, though.
Maybe.
Yeah, but you're not a part of it. You just are. You just living in it. You just live it.
Right.
You just look at it.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
disgusted.
Well, that's what we had to figure out is we didn't actually the drive for us to come here came from our great and ever loving. And we really have no idea what the motive is. But if we didn't embrace it, like you said, the part that's not that, we didn't come here for that. We came here for a higher meaning, you know? And I don't mean like because you can get a lot of pot there. You can get a lot of pot there. There's like 13 dispensaries in that one town.
Right.
But none of them really stock sativa, so I don't know what to do about that.
There's pot everywhere. It doesn't matter where you go. There's pot. There's something. There's some kind
waiting
of
for
little
pot to grow
treasure
on the side of the road.
everywhere. There's things
We're
other
only
than
talking
pot
like
that
a
you can
city of
find in nature that
8,000
are going to
though.
take you there.
We're talking a city of 8,000, and there's
Yeah.
in the teens somewhere. They're in maybe 15 even.
25.
Is there 25 dispensaries in a town of
If I could
8,000?
find my little weed coupon book, I'd be able to name every single dispensary because there's literally a coupon book for these dispensaries where you they could do like a count crawl and get a fuck ton of weed and then leave.
Yes,
That's what the tourists do here.
yes. And Nude Guru is dropping some nuggets down in the chat section right there.
Mm.
He sure
One
is.
day we'll get Nude Guru up here so he could say them with his mouth. The last one was this. I'll read it. The last one was, we should never be ingesting things we didn't have our eye and hands on from the start. Russian roulette is not a wise game to play. And I just want to add, especially with your own body.
Mm-hmm.
Word.
Yeah.
You rock
But
the
I am only my body. I'm not anybody else's body. I'm my
Yes,
body.
right. And we could share all the knowledge we want, but it is up to the individual person to make the choice on what's best for their body. No one should be browbeating them into it.
That's
Exactly.
bullying.
Yeah.
Should stop doing
Or what our awesome government's doing, which is putting bugs in the food already and not tell people.
that's nefarious.
Don't
It's a
think it doesn't happen.
recycling system, Mary. It's a recycling system, Mary.
Yes.
Sustainable ingredient.
Well, the
We
problem
literally
is,
live, Mary, we literally live on the body that God made. We live on it. We eat from it. We get sunlight, blood through it. Our bodies radiate these things through our melatonin. We tone in with the sun, like trees.
right,
We have
right.
photosynthesis floating in the waters of life from our mother.
Absolutely.
You know,
That's why it's so disturbing to see so many people need a system to live. Because we don't need a system to live. We need to be willing to do the hard work it takes.
the thing about it is it don't take nothing
somewhere.
to take in the sun. It don't take nothing to take in the sun. But everybody will tell you, you need to cover up.
Yeah. Because they condition
Everybody wants to
yeah.
talk about shine. They want to talk about shine, the cover up in gold and blood tones and all this bullshit. And it's just like, no, that ain't it, guys. That ain't fucking it. It's like you're not sitting out here on the riverbeds. You're not butt naked, laying your fucking body on this slab of fucking rock while the clouds come in and you're around pine trees and volcanic, waters coming out the side of a river. You're not there.
Danny,
They're not
my
there moving
favorite
it
day.
where this fucking lightning strikes across the sky and it's not even fully clouded, but the sun is like shining on this riverbed that's like fucking so see-throughable, and it's your hair is like the top of your scalp is in the fucking riverbed and it's ice cold, and you're butt naked on this slab, and it's just you and that.
Well, for me, it was
That's
a bathing suit too, because it was a popular river. But one of my favorite for one of my favorite days, and I didn't know what I was doing. I was just only a year and a half from my parents' house, so I was still kind of like by the seat of my pants, not knowing. And I took my favorite book, my cigarettes and lighter. I didn't even smoke pot then. I put them in a Ziploc bag and I swam across the river in a towel and laid there for a couple hours just reading a book and listening to the water. And I'll tell you, that was one of the greatest. Yeah, people tried to bother me, but what I noticed and what I learned in that moment is what Danny's about to attest to. When you are there in purity of your spirit without intention, and you're enjoying it, you could have a whole line of people go by and it not bother you because you're in a place that they can't touch. You know what I'm saying?
I totally get that. You've let me be in nature ever since I was but a wee thing. So my whole intention of life is I want to be in nature, not.
She's like, get these people away from me. I don't care.
She's like, I am your majesty, bitches.
Mom.
I don't care if I step on a bee. That's nature.
Right? If you step on a bee, the thing about it is you smash it back in your skin and it will heal. If you smash it and then remove it a little bit and put some honey on it, it'll go away, the sting and all.
Yeah.
I used a lot of bee balm as a child because I did not wear shoes.
Propolis, bee propolis is really good to numb the skin after a sting.
Dude, that plant is amazing. I got a bee sting on my belly. This is the thing about sea level and moisture. There's a lot of flying critters. And one, like, I bent down into the garden and didn't know a sweat bee had landed on me. And I bent over and my skin squished him in the crevice.
Oh.
So I ran back to the back part of the property and ripped some bee leaves off the bee balm and just rubbed it on. All you got to do is really break the leaf, rub them oils on. It was like, oh my God, ooh, that hurt.
Right.
And I didn't even feel the sting again until I took a shower, washed the oils off, and then I had to reapply the oils until my body healed it, to keep the sting away. But I can't wait to have a greenhouse so I can have bee balm because it's a bit dry out here for bee balm.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
we got a comment up here from Nude.
Okay, hold on. Let me read it.
You're roboting.
2 E's in life. E for excuses and E for enthusiasm. I have no sympathy for the first, and for the second, I like to work with those individuals. Yes, this is what we're trying to get our kids to understand because they're transmuting into adults. And it's a struggle considering we saw a shit ton of Brad attacks in 2020, 2021, 2022, and now 2023. So it's really hard to convince our kids, hey, it's better to be enthusiastic about a job, whether on a homestead or not, than to make excuses because the job is still there and you still have to do it, but now you're doing it with a pile of shit on your head because you've been given excuses to not do it.
And then Victor has to come in. You know, Victor with the mice trap. He has to come in your life.
Yes.
Well, you know.
And then you have to spread the diatomaceous earth and let it be known. I was here, motherfuckers. Don't forget it.
My thought is, when you have to use the bathroom, you can't really walk around casually. So if you have shit for brain, how are you supposed to be able to function? That's how I
Right?
connect that.
Oh my
Well,
God.
if you have a shit for brains that don't know how to fucking dig a hole and let you shit in it, no matter if you're in an open field or not, if you can't pop a squat when you need to pop a squat no matter what and make it look like you're the fucking queen bitch of the earth, you're like, yeah. Then you'll know how to, then you'll know what squatting like a Filipina means. You gotta learn to squat and you gotta learn how to make rice, whether you're Asian or Hispanic or fucking white. If you don't know how to make the rice, I don't know what to tell you.
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't personally walk around with poop on any part of me. So if
I
you
hope
choose to
not.
do so, get help.
Hey, you're
I
talking
like
to
being
a lady that
clean.
was certified to be a shit getter, you know? Exploding colostomy bags. I got that one. I'll clean it up.
She
No
was a
problem.
shit
I got that
connoisseur
car.
for a
I got that
while.
call light. I got that call light, girls. It's okay. Oh, what? That guy just
Shit is the
puked.
best insult and
You
the
need
best
me to do that?
metaphor for everything. Everybody
Right?
shits, or at least everyone should
Everybody
shit.
shits. And everybody has to
Everybody's
clean
got
up
shit.
shit. Right?
Some
Sometimes
people,
mom be like, "Hey, you next door neighbor, you little girl, need you to babysit." You know, because you got to learn how to be a mom someday, and I need to go to work, and that's how it happens. That's how it happens. You want better things, mom's got to do it. Mom's got to do what she got to do, and if it looks like mom ain't doing shit, but things get done, it's because mom learned how to work harder, not fucking smarter. You know, because she doesn't need to
mom takes
work
care of
any.
her shit.
She doesn't need to work anymore to be smarter. She doesn't need to
Yep.
work harder anymore because everything she worked for is nothing. It's nothing to
That shit is
anybody but
taken
her.
care of.
That's right. It is what it is. Mom is
That's
mom.
what gives me and my husband butt-headed times at times, sometimes, because I am very strong in the things that I need to do and the intuition that I've been given. And it's hard for other people to take it. It's hard for men to take it sometimes. They're got ahead of the family mentality going on, you know?
When you're taking care of the shit and they're not taking care of the shit, they feel full of shit, which makes them shitty, while you're taking care of shit and they're being
Right?
shitty to you because they're jealous.
Of
And that's all
Right?
it is.
of my shit being taken care
Right?
of.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And the thing about it is when you're a mom, you don't got fucking time to be jealous. You have
For
a righteous
real.
jealousy for the kids that you made because they came from your crotch. They might
Hmm.
not have come from your penis, but they came from your own crotch. That's
Yep,
a
yep,
whole different kind of story that
yes.
only the
You got
mother
time to
gets
be
to tell.
jealous and you're not
Only the
taking
mother
care of the
gets to
shit
tell,
right.
and only the children can respect her because she actually loves their dad, whether he wants to love himself or not. Fuck it. If he wants to
Right,
fuck around, go
right.
fuck around. But at the end of the day, when my chips are down on the floor and I ain't got nothing and you got everything, take care of your kids.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
Some people would question because Vince was a truck driver for a couple years earlier in the children's life, and especially women would act offended about that. Like, you're left alone. I'm like,
Here's the thing.
um,
I shouldn't have to ask. I shouldn't have to tell. I shouldn't have to worry or pray about it. You're the man. Be the man.
I knew what
Are
his
you the
position
man or are
was.
you fucking Sancho? Huh? You're the man or you
Listen, I
Sancho?
knew what his position was, but other people couldn't understand. So I had to explain to him, like, listen, my son's going to need his father more in his teenage years than he needs his dad right now. He needs a caregiver right now because we're talking when he was really young and couldn't dress himself and couldn't bathe himself. He needs me right now. And I appreciate my husband's planning in not having a job like this when he's a teenager, because that's when he's going to need his father every single night, not every 6 weeks when they decide to send him home. So, I kind of had to battle some social shit because he was in a special needs school and stuff. So these are the type of people who are questioning me.
Yeah. And then you got religion on the other hand. And you got fucking everybody on the other sides.
Yeah. That's when
Yeah.
I get a fucking attitude, Danny. For real. I get so tired of being questioned that I get a fuck it and fuck you. And if you don't understand, go fuck yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get such a shitty attitude because where the fuck were you when I was asking the questions? Nobody was around to answer them. Nobody was around to say, hey, this is the way it needs to be done. So being that I taught myself, anybody that thinks they have a superiority over me already gets a fuck you.
Their way of parenting isn't that fucking good either. I may not have had my dad around a lot, but I appreciate him a lot more now than I would have been. I appreciate my mom taking on the brunt of raising the child, so my dad's not exhausted at this point and wants to go get a different family. That's what happens. You exhaust the parent when you have both of them throwing everything they have all at once, no breaks, no separation. I don't think that's healthy, especially for a family. It just makes cabin fever and you start arguing with each other. I kind of appreciate the breaks between not having my father at home when I was a child, because that gave me and my mom a chance to grow closer. It gave me more chances to be with my little brother and be there for him, because he was very important to me and he still is. I don't think the way of parenting as it's presented to people as two parents every day, all the time, throw everything you got, it's going to kill you. Your child appreciates more when you have a better understanding of them and you see that sometimes they need you more than another one. When you throw everything you got without a plan, without putting yourself in that child's shoes, then you're taking away from the relationship, then adding to it and giving that child maturity as it gets older in a natural way. A parent won't always be around. And if your kid doesn't understand that kid will never let go of you. And by the time you do have to leave, if suddenly, that kid will be devastated beyond being able to repair themselves. So giving them that space, letting them see what life is like without you, but still coming back. My father always came back, always, without fail. He's still coming back. And most dads by now would have given up. And I appreciate that my dad, even though he's left, he came back because he loves his family. And he needs that break. And I can understand he needs that break sometimes. I know my dad, he gets overwhelmed often, especially with the kind of family that we have and the personalities that we hold. So if we just take a second to understand a person in a way that we would give sympathy to a child, then it makes having a healthy relationship easier to hold than forcing all of your energy onto one thing and that's all you ever focus on, because it'll overtake you. And by the time you're much older and your kids are ready to be themselves and you're ready to have that break, you won't know what to do. You'll be tired, exhausted. Like a lot of the mothers I see with their children leaving their households finally is they don't know what to do. They can sit on Facebook all day and argue with each other and create drama that they need to take care of so they have something to do. That's all they've done.
Yeah.
We need to change the way that parenting is taught to old parents, to young parents. It doesn't matter. If you know a child, you need to learn this. In the magical case that something bad happens and that child is now yours, or something good happens, you never know. But if we change our perspective on the way things have been taught for centuries, then we can start building a better way, a new world, and the children will grow smarter. The children will grow more mature than we could ever hope for. And who knows, maybe the society will be changed within hundreds of years just by changing how we teach our children. Our children are our only path to the future. And if we stay stagnant in the way that we think, 100 years from now, it'll still be 2023.
You're making way too
I
much
don't want
sense
that.
over there.
I'm sure you don't want that.
You have to remember when you say that, you are speaking individually for yourself in the way that you would want to mother, but yet have not had children yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
speaking as a child who could have children, but just observes a lot of parenting in general.
Yes.
And I did kind of raise my sister's child for a year while she worked.
Yes.
During,
But when yours,
COVID,
when it's
so.
actually yours, then you will know. Then you will come to a full understanding of what your mom is doing. And that's when you and your mom, that's when you become truly sisters in the faith.
I agree. I'm just spitballing knowledge that comes to me in the moment.
It's beautiful.
I'm
It's a
just
beautiful
following a theory in my mind.
I understand.
I'm willing to change. I'm young. I know I don't know everything. I didn't even finish high school. So I'm willing to learn. I'm not declaring that I am anything. I'm just saying, in a theory, in my mind, from what I've learned as a child up to now and observed in my own life, this is what I think. And that takes into account to all the stuff that I observed, from my own parents to my friends' parents, the stories of parents, to everything.
Let me read what Nude Guru says. Indoctrinated parenting tends to lead to the same. Let me read it the way he wrote it. Indoctrinated parenting tends to lead at the same. It only changes when an individual sees the cycle and moves away from it. Right. I think that's where she's going. And actually, I wanted to say that when I left my parents' house and parenting became a thought, at first I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to perpetuate cycles. But in having the thought, I made myself aware that I was at a time that I could make a decision to have children and end those cycles. And that's what drove me to parenting. You know, so some people, my brother included, Sly, choose not to have children because of what they see in the world. And I have all due respect for that. That's their decision, and there's a reason why they've come to that decision. When I was given the choice, I wanted a different world. I hated the world that I grew up in, the violent bubble. And then when I went out to society, I was like, what the fuck? This is the world? I didn't want that. And I understood that the way I could change that is by raising children with a different thinking process, not with a different thinking process. That's the wrong terminology. I raise my children to be okay with who they are, to know their spirit, to know their gut instinct, to recognize them for what they are and what they are for. And because I didn't want to dictate my children's path, I just wanted them to see what the signs look like in the future for them when they're on their own path.
Dude's got a different comment up now.
Okay. This young girl sees the cycle and speaks truth. Commendable. Amen. Okay, don't let that go to your ego, though.
It's very commendable.
So I can put it on my toolbox.
It's very commendable. This is why, for me as a mom,
that's your attaboy.
I had struggled with her to finish school because I failed to see where her thinking took her off of that path. That's where I screwed up as a parent, you know.
No. The thing about it is sometimes they need to learn differently. Like my daughter, she begged me to put her in, to get it finished faster. So I put her in a GED course because these fuckers were fucking around with the way they wanted her to think, because they asked her about a fucking book that was socially accepted because of the veteran and wartime life and everything. And they asked my daughter how she truly felt about it, being in a religious state of mind. And she got shit for it. And I was very proud of her. And I'm like, all right, you don't want to be at this school? Let's go to a school that you want to go to. So she graduated early. And I got shit for it by society. I got shit for it by everything else. But that girl at the age of fucking 5 already knew how to be quiet. She already knew how to fucking make her own peanut butter jelly sandwiches. She knew something. You know? Kids grow.
And they wanted
learn.
to smush it, right? They wanted to smush the knowledge.
No, if mom has to go to work because your dad's no longer here, and mom has to go work for fucking, some fucking chump change and only get paid once a month because that's the only work I can find right now, well, that's what I'm going to do.
Right.
And if I have to work longer for you to get tap jazz dance classes, I'm going to do that for you because I did that for you. You got swimming lessons. You got to go places. Just me being a single mom because I fucking knew my calendar. I knew how I could do things, how I wanted to do things, what I liked.
Right, not what you were told to like.
Exactly.
Yes, and that's where what it all boils down to is this. They say it's a free country, but all these systems and all across the world are telling systems. They're telling you how to do it. They're not helping you do life. They're telling you how to do life. And that's so very different. Like,
yeah, it's not for your benefit.
If it all changes, right. And if it all changes in the moment, we have a bunch of newborn freaking babies on our hands. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean it in a sense is the knowledge that should have been developed through your life was not developed for the sake of the system. And when the system's gone, what are you going to have to do? You'll be forced to learn a different way instantly.
You are always learning something. You will never not stop learning.
Right.
Because if you're learning how to transition into a spiritual way of living that has to do with your spirit body, you're not going to be with this one much longer.
That's why I thought it was important that my children listen to their own gut instinct.
Come here.
It's like life is an oxymoron. It is the basics of all oxymorons, and all you have to do is breathe.
Yeah. Nude Guru says no such thing as a free country. They are by design and definition oxymorons. Freedom is when you secede from those indoctrinative chains and live in the real world where freedom is a default of nature and not something achieved or earned or bought or paid for. Dude, drop a bomb. Abso-freaking-lutely. I'm so glad to finally meet people who think the same way. So that's why I've gone back to I had to remind myself that where I grew up on the East Coast are the 13 colonies. And that has no disrespect or respect to it. It's just an acknowledgement of understanding of the frame of mind that gets passed from generation to generation to generation. In my case, I was still a part of these 13 colonies frame of mind type of living. And I think that's why I was given the dream to come to Colorado. Because it's not it's the people, but it's not. it's this indoctrination that I was trying to get away from, because the people are the oppressive hand of the indoctrination, because then they all browbeat each other to do it and to comply, right? And I didn't want that no more. And I didn't want that for my children, to be around people that, instead of inspiring freedom or creativity, they're inspiring your compliance in this indoctrinative system. I said, hell no, Joe Blow, I'm going west.
I don't know about freedom. I feel really iffy about the word a lot, because to imply that there's freedom seems to imply that there is a jail, there's a cage, and I don't like that thought. I don't like being inside in general. If I could live my life outside where it's comfortable and I could breathe fresh air, I would do that. I think freedom is more of your state of mind than implying that you are truly in a jail, unless you are in jail, you know? I think freedom is looking up at the sky and seeing that the sky still exists. Freedom is being happy that you're alive. If you're not happy that you're alive, you are in a jail of your own mind, in your own body. If you're not happy to wake up every morning and see whatever weather lay outside for you, cloudy or not, there's beauty
Yep.
in everything. But if you don't see a beauty in anything, you don't see a beauty in living, that's your jail. That's society truly winning, getting what it wants from you. It's for you to not feel anything. That's what I think freedom implies. That's why I think people think freedom is so important to them, because they don't want that. They don't want to be in that state of mind. They don't really know what they're saying or searching for. Some people don't know what they're saying or searching for when they say they want freedom. What is freedom to you then? Exactly define what it is to you personally. Freedom is expressed through the perspective. Freedom to some people might be going inside, having a comfortable place to lay their head and be safe. That could be their freedom. Some people's freedom is being able to walk their dog at any time of day and just relax. That could be their freedom. Some people's freedom is getting out of poverty. So everyone's freedom is different. What I'm saying is freedom isn't something you can just say with a broad spectrum. Yeah, a broad brush, a big one. And I don't think it's that kind of thing. It's a delicate thing to paint because it's a feeling, not a thing. You can feel freedom, but can you see it? Can you truly define an object as freedom? That's what the American flag stands to do. But as we all know, that's not true. The American flag doesn't stand for freedom, does it? Neither does the Statue of Liberty, really. They're both things that try to express freedom and that feeling and thought. But the truth behind it is those icons are completely just lying to you for what they truly stand for. So if you can't show me a thing that is freedom, then you have to tell me what it is to you. What makes you feel free? Is it running through a meadow, or is it driving your own car? It's different things for everybody, and I think we should all sort of bring that to mind in ourselves, that we're looking for our freedom, not someone else's idea of freedom. And it doesn't matter what situation you're in, your freedom, what you want, is valid because it's yours, not anybody else's.
Trying to say what Nude says?
Yeah.
Nude Guru says, all words being subjective, freedom is most fundamentally level of ability and a default where contentment is, not a formula achieved like many chase after in the corporate world. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly. And that is is where the bait and switch lies in what you just said. They want people to think it's a thing. They want people to think it's achievable. They want people to think they can buy into it. Me and my husband, when we first met, we would go on rides like just through the community, and every now and again, on the way back home, be going through a golf community that was set next to a golf course, and man, we would just shake our heads like the wasted space, the run for achievement, the did you beat the Joneses? Like, it's just such a sad thing to see people waste entire generations and never achieve it. Like, my husband used to play the lotto, and I would never participate. And he couldn't understand that. And I'm like, I don't want rich people problems. People think winning the lotto is like the solution to everything. That just transfers your problems to be a rich person's problem instead of a poor person's problem. And it's still a freaking problem because, like you were just saying, you don't feel free. You feel encased.
You still fucking pay your mortgage or whatever when you buy a mansion. Like, there's still leaks in the roof. They're just way more expensive leaks because it's a bigger house.
Bigger problems.
Bigger rats. Bigger mold issues. Like,
You never achieve the goal.
even in the lottery, they tax out a lot of your shit.
For real.
So,
That's only 50% yours, even when you do the cash out, whatever they do that shit.
then you could get robbed. So, like, it's not
Targeted.
a safe position to be in if you win the lotto.
And that's why the real freedom is something within you that people can't take.
It's something that no one else can define for you. It's yours. It's your love, what you want to feel when it's like heaven. Heaven, but not heaven. Because,
Like Newt said, it's a
Yeah.
contentment.
it's when you go outside, you take a deep breath, and there's not a thought in your mind that's negative. There's not a thought in your mind at all. You're just outside. You're content with existing,
Yes.
no matter what the problem is. And I strive to find that because I'm not content with existing right now. I'm still on that process. And I would suppose that being content with existing in life would be my freedom. That's what I'm striving for. When I feel content in life, I will feel personally free.
But I believe those feelings are fleeting, and they're fleeting for a reason. When we dealt with the puppies, let me just read this real quick and remind me where I was at. And they said, whatever you think you have and own in life has you and owns you. So when I'm dealing with the puppies, and that 3 months, it was taxing on us. That's what owned me in that. I wasn't feeling contentment. But when they got homes or loving people who would find them homes, I found moments of contentment. But I still have a job to do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is, in a hypothetical situation where you're not building the homestead and you're in that daily day to day, finally, at the end, you're there. The house is built. There's still problems. That's fine. The house is built. You have your shed. You have your solar. No matter what problems will come across you, you finally got there where this is just the basics of what you wanted. The house being up at best, the least. That's contentment that you're striving for. And when you get to that day to day, when you're finally in that final stretch where things feel a little bit easier, that will be your achieved freedom. Like, if I hypothetically got my own property, the process of building my property up is not the contentment I would be searching for. That is a happy moment, indeed. Indeed, it is. It's great having your own place to build up from the bottom, but it's hard. So it's not all going to be content. And when you get to that simple life, when you get to your day to day, where you just know. You have a grounded feeling that it's done. The hardest part is done. And it's not like done. Lots of people akin heaven to not doing anything. And I don't think that's heaven. Heaven requires work. It's a garden. So you have to till that. And when you get to that final place in your life where it is just the day to day, there's no stress, really. You just do it. And that's the end game that I think everyone might want, but I don't think many people achieve. And or if they do achieve it, they don't really go out and speak about it. So that's why it's not seen often, in my opinion, is that it's just not, it's portrayed in media in a way that makes it seem harder than what it really feels like. Once you get to that point, the hard jobs aren't hard anymore. They're just day to day. And that's what I want. I believe that's what my mom would want. And I think all of you, and it's just an assumption, but I think you'd all be happy living that life too.
Nude says the feeling of uncontentment, it fundamentally a divine internal language, perfectly placed as a reminder that our focus is out of place. When we focus anywhere other than default, poof, contentment is gone as a reminder of that. Let go of those thoughts again, and poof, back to default we go. The inner guard, yes. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm glad it ebbs and flows. Because, like you said, it gives us the appreciation, not just to what we're doing, but to where we've come from, how far we've come. Hold on. Oh, before you go there. Nude says a good example of this is when you are upset or angry about something. It is simply a focus on this idea that is making us angry in that moment. Once we let that go, we are at peace again. To myself and with myself is Danny's addition to that.
Right. When you get used to the ebb and flows of life and you're used to riding that river, is it really that hard anymore? Or can you start to enjoy the ebb and flow of the river as you get to the end?
Well, I think the struggle comes with what Nude was saying earlier, and that is we're indoctrinated, all of us, at birth. And all of us at one point either start waking up or are okay with it, are willing to participate even. All those things come at different times at all of our lives. And so you're right, the stories aren't out there to share so we can show, right?
Right. There's no...
Because of the indoctrination.
Yeah.
So that's why it keeps going back to that. So I said all that to say that when people do choose to step outside that, the action of stepping outside that is also an ebb and flow. So when I run into someone in society, like that old lady that...
Yeah.
Okay. That was my ebb and flow moment. And it irritated me, it concerned me, and it's my choice how to deal with those emotions, when it comes to that. And it does get easier, but we have to coincide. The people who are unindoctrinated have to coincide with the doctrinated. And that poses a difficulty because this side wants this side to wake up. This side says, do your job as a social person. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's like the biggest social discourse. If you generalize all of society, the problem is with people not letting people be people because they think what they have is right. No one's right. Nobody's ever right forever. If we look at each other and we saw each other not just as humans, but as people, fellow people, neighbors even. Doesn't matter. You have a heart, you have a brain, you have everything you need to function, which means you are the same as I am.
True, but remember, the indoctrinated side has them acknowledging it in a scientific way. So when you say, okay, they need to acknowledge it, they're going to say we do acknowledge it in this way, and hence goes that argument back and forth.
Well, what we need to do is it's like, we are seeing you and we're saying we're the same. And then they go, we're the same, but we're saying we're the same in this particular way. The other party should go first. Okay, that's fine. I see it in this way. Cool. There should be no further conversation than that, because that continues the cycle of argument.
Well, that is the motivation of this side, though.
Right, and I'm on this side.
The side of society, I mean.
I'm
unindoctrinated, indoctrinated. This is a perpetual system, like Nid was talking about, that it perpetuates itself. So the older teach the younger, like you were saying, and the system goes on and on and on and on and on.
Right.
We're out here saying it doesn't have to be that way. And like Newt said, indoctrinated is really just a synonym for distraction.
That's true.
And the distraction is that from the real life ebb and flow.
Right. I just
this doesn't pay no bills over here.
I just have it's one last thing to say, just to clarify. What I'm saying is we can exist as each other, and that's fine. Doesn't matter what party is mad at each other, we can exist as each other. And the problem that I see is that we want to exist, but we want the other people to join us. No matter what side you're on, you want more. We don't need to have more. If we just look at each other and say, I exist as who I am, they exist as who they are. We all exist on the same planet. We all walk on grounded to whatever shape this fucking thing is. We all live here regardless. Regardless of who you are, you live here. You are alive. Not one of you can say you're not alive right now. If something knocks on the door right now, I'm going to freak out. But if we just look at ourselves and realize that, and just bring ourselves to reality where their trauma doesn't matter. If you bring it, just focus your eyes to where you are and breathe. That's all you have to do. And there's no fight over the indoctrinated or the doctrinated or whatever.
Well, that's what Nud was saying. Let go of all distraction that keeps you from your peace. It's a focus thing. Distraction and programmed to be distracted more specifically. So that's what we need you to understand, is that's how that runs. And everyone's okay with it, except what you're saying is, yeah, they want everyone to be distracted.
Yeah,
we're not necessarily saying everybody come on this side. We believe everyone should live naturally.
We would like them to because we think it's good for them, and they would like us to join them because some of them are just assholes. I agree. Some of them do think that maybe what they live is better. It's healthy. That's whatever. I understand that. I'm saying to people, like, I'm not talking specifically to us, because we're fine with other people. We can coexist with them. I'm not saying anyone on this panel or in chat is like actively going to argue with people. I'm saying that the people, I won't use anyone as an example, but just keep in mind the people that would cause an argument because they want you to see only their point of view and they don't want the other person's point of view. Those specific people, no matter what side they're on, indoctrinated or not, those specific people are the mass majority of people in this world, keeping the cycles continuing to the point where even the people who aren't in the cycle have to talk about it because there's nothing else to talk about, because that's all there is in the world now. It's that continuing cycle from whenever it started, probably won't ever end, just like the fucking Billy Joel song. We could still add to it to this day. We didn't start fire, but it's still burning. That's fine. But I want to talk to people specifically who are doing that to try and understand that you don't have to. If you accept that we all exist on the earth, I think you'd be happier. I think everyone would be happier. We don't need to convert people and just get more. Everyone come on my side because I'm right.
Absolutely. And I agree with Nude. Everything works until someone from the other side wants to force someone on another side. This is the conundrum. And where violence begins and ends depending on the ability to respond. And I just hold on a second. I'm so glad you said that he puts in quotes responsibility, because there's a lot of word salad language play. And people use this word responsibility in it. And responsibility is two words put together. It's the ability to respond. And what we're seeing in the world is reaction. So many are how many wait. I'm sure all of us can independently name a channel that actually does reaction videos, like outside the drama, like entertainment channels. Like for me, it's Sam and Colby. What's it for you?
I don't know.
Chris.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, they do reaction videos. And that's the thing, is reacting is acting without thinking. Responding is acting with thinking. Because you're literally listening to someone, actively taking it in, thinking about it, right? And then responding to what they're saying. But when reacting is someone saying something to me or anyone, and then blah, right? No thinking, no filter, none of that. That seems to be a socially acceptable behavior. I use that to say, through the indoctrination of your look, this is a timeline. Through the indoctrination, every time things go a different way, the powers that be will then let something else come out, some kind of behavior that was not socially acceptable, but now is socially acceptable. That's the distraction from what's going on. Then we move to the next period. People are paying attention and sitting up saying, wait a second. Well, now they're going to let another socially unacceptable behavior go acceptable because of distraction. And on and on and on we go. Because as long as the sheep wear blinders, which are the distractions, or the blinders, then the goat herder can do what he wants. Sheep herder, shepherd.
The whole time you guys are talking,
So
I keep remembering that song.
Yeah.
Which one of these things don't look like the other? I think that was like pre-programming us to
Yes. It pre-programmed us to accept that as okay, didn't it, Linda?
to point out the difference.
Right.
Hey,
Well,
hey, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead, Larry.
I hate to go off topic here, but I found something kind of very interesting. You know, I've been having a problem with my new computer, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to be screwed because it's been over 30 days. Well, I talked to my son, he's like, dude, you got a manufacturer's warranty, get a hold of them. Right. So I got a hold of them, and they had a product support page for all their different products. And I hit motherboard, and I go, and they have a big list of all these different problems. You know, you just like click on the circle, and it highlights that problem, and they submit it, right? Well, the very first problem on their list is no power on the motherboard.
Huh.
So I'm thinking that must be a common problem with them if it's the very first one.
Absolutely. And they don't have a recall or anything?
Oh, I don't know. I just submitted it. I'll find. They said they have 48 hours to respond, but I thought that was kind of interesting. So it's looking like there's still some hope.
Junior, go outside. Junior, go
So either
outside.
they'll
Go
help me
outside.
get this one going, or since I'm thinking it's a common problem, they should replace it.
Yeah. First one on the list. Heck yeah.
But sorry again for changing, throwing a kink in the works. You know how I am.
No, I'm so glad that you came across that because, I mean, you're
Like I said,
spending
I wouldn't have
money.
ever thought about it if I hadn't have been for my son. He's like, dude, you got a manufacturer's warranty, and it should be at least a year. You know.
Yes. Well,
Like,
actually,
wow, I never
that's what
thought about
irritates
that.
me about when they ask you in the store, "Hey, do you want a warranty?" I look at them like it should come with a 1 year warranty from the manufacturer.
Right.
I shouldn't have to buy a warranty for something. That's another freaking manipulation of BS.
Yeah.
Hi, Sly. Sly's back in the house. Yo, how wise is that child?
But
She's
shows that
so
Mama must
intuitive.
have did something right. We're
Well,
not
it
sure
could.
what it was, but it was something.
We had to take a breathing break, Sly. Like, hotboxing dropped some bombs of truth on us.
No doubt about it.
But she's not wrong. I'll tell you.
Okay, deep talk. I'm going to bed now.
Yeah.
I'm tired. I don't want to be philosophical no more.
So imagine if you had never been indoctrinated and you were used to using your brain like that all the time. Imagine how strong your brain would be.
Imagine the talks I could have. We could start crying. We've had such deep talks.
I don't want to cry, thank you.
I'm
Sly's
saying,
back. Hey,
I'm
Sly.
saying, I'm saying hi to Danny and Mary in the chat. I mean, Linda in the chat. I heard you, Mary. You spoke to me first thing this morning. But
Yeah.
I'm speaking to Danny and Linda in the chat, and they chatting and won't even speak back. What the hell is going on here? They
It was a deep
I said
one.
hi, Linda. Hi, Danny.
Hi,
I said peace and,
you need to
peace
turn
and
it back
love.
and relax.
Huh?
I said hello. I said hi.
Thank you, Danny. I won't take all the credit for my children because I asked my great and ever loving above to help me because I didn't come from a place of knowledge as to know exactly how to parent. So I had to learn.
I think you've done a beautiful job.
Am I blocked? Because I
Thank
don't
you,
see
Linda.
Danny nor Linda speaking. Am I blocked?
No, I don't think so.
I didn't. I said hello on here.
Oh, when I came up, you said hello. Okay. I was talking about in the chat. I wasn't going to come up until I noticed y'all ain't speaking back. I was trying to talk to y'all, engage with y'all in the chat since you was chatting.
It was all telepathy, Sly.
Danny talking about strong will. No, I just said hi. That's all.
No, she was talking about Mary's daughter, I think.
Oh, strong will?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she was giving us some useful insight.
I missed it. I'm so sorry. I missed it.
She said now her brain hurts though. I said imagine if we lived naturally and used our brains like that every day, how strong minded we would be.
Right?
Dude just said hello to you, Sly.
Hey, Nudie. I spoke to him early this morning too. Yo, no, I just came back to mess with Danny and Linda. That's all. I'm getting ready to eat something for lunch and
Nice.
keep keep my ass moving.
I hear that.
We had some flurries, y'all. Some snow flurries.
Yeah,
I hear
right.
you're supposed to get a nor'easter.
We are Philly.
Yeah, you didn't hear about it?
No, I don't watch the news.
Dude, you're getting ready to get anywhere from, well, you're in Philly. You
Yeah,
might
'cause
not
New
get
York,
it. Where
New
I'm
York
from
get
is about to get hit from 6 to 18 inches.
yeah, New York, upstate New York. She just sent me a photo. She got a lot of snow too.
Yeah, yeah. So you,
Good thing we
it's,
got all this.
go
It's a
ahead.
good thing we got all this global warming, isn't it?
Oh yeah, right.
Well, you know, all right. So you guys know what that global warming mean, right?
Means we're
To
supposed
me,
to
it
get
means man fucked with the weather so bad that nature's about to what for us.
They have it. Yep. They done messed with it so bad. You're right. They done messed with it so bad. It's off course. So where it's supposed to be warm, it's cold. Where it's supposed to be cold, it's warm.
Sly, it's 60 freaking degrees here. We should be like akin to winter. Our winter doesn't end. Our winter goes into the spring and doesn't end until May. And right
You
now it's
told me,
like
yeah.
spring out there.
Yeah, we had those kind of days like a couple of weeks ago. We had like 60 and 70-degree
Hmm
weather. Like, yo, that shit is crazy. That's why I said that's that pandemic weather.
Yeah,
That's that pandemic weather.
for sure. I don't like it. It happened when we got here in 2017. So that following year, we didn't have
Hmm
snow for such a long time. We were in the red, and there were fires, in the north, in the south, in the east, in the west. It was horrible.
They was collecting the weed. All of that was to collect the weed for the dispensaries.
Right, right.
Look, they set fires and all that shit to collect the weed for the new dispensaries they got all over the place.
No,
Mess up your
no doubt,
crops and all that shit.
some manipulations going on for sure.
Yeah, they get ready. I was telling Larry this morning they get ready to have I believe they get ready to test the electric grid.
You were in Philly when that happened in 02 or 03? 02?
What happened?
The blackout, the Northeast blackout, and it blacked out the Northeast all the way over to Michigan.
Not in Philly.
Had to be in Philly because whatever happened was down there between Ohio and Philly. Some kind of
I would have
station of some kind.
I would have remembered if we had a blackout. I would have remembered something like that.
Dude, look up the Northeast blackout and read about it. Because we experienced that. It went all the way to Michigan, and I don't remember the
It might have came to
timeline,
Pennsylvania.
but I think it was a
It might-
test to see how people would react if the electric grid went down for a set amount of time.
Yeah.
Mandela effect.
Look up to see what date that was for me, please.
This damn Mandela gets
Northeast
blamed
blackout.
for everything.
Right.
I
Should
said
be
this
like
damn
02 or 03.
Mandela gets blamed for everything.
So I'm still trying to understand. Danny, you don't like me no more? You still not speaking to me. What's up with that?
Who are you talking about?
Danny, I done said hi to her like 90 times. She still ain't spoke back.
Philadelphia experiment.
Philadelphia experiment was with the prison.
Yeah. No, my daughter said the blackout was August what? August 13th, August 14th, 2003. How long did it last?
Mm-mm. Yeah,
29 hours?
I wasn't drunk or anything. I would have remembered something like that.
Yeah.
You hear me, Mary?
Yeah.
What was that?
I said I wasn't drunk or high or anything. I would have remembered something like that.
The blackout's proximate cause was a software bug in the alarm system at the control room of First Energy, an Akron, Ohio-based company, which rendered operators unaware of the need to redistribute the load after overload transmission lines dropped into foliage.
Yeah, like I said, I don't never remember a blackout. I mean, I remember the lights going out like a couple of times, but that's it. And they came back on, right back on.
I'm trying to
We
figure
had
out
one
how
the
long
other
it
day.
lasted.
We had one the other day. The whole building went out, and then it came right back on.
No, that was for the New York City blackout.
Yeah, I
August
remember that
16th.
blackout. I remember that blackout.
So it was some places were restored within 7 hours. Some places, like New York City, subway resumed at 8 p.m. So that was like 20 hours.
Yeah. It didn't
We
reach too
were
far in
out.
Philly. It didn't reach too far in Philly because I would have remembered a blackout in Philadelphia.
We were out a little longer, and I don't know why. It was at least a couple days for us in Michigan, which is why we remember it because um, when my husband, my boyfriend at the time, came back from the store, it was just me, my oldest daughter, and him. He went to the store to get something because we had just shopped and needed virtually nothing. He went and he was like, "You guys are. I'm sorry to do this. I don't like telling people what to do, but you guys can't go to the store until this is over." Like whatever he saw in the store that day was like, "Nope, not sending my family there. But I'll go. I'll achieve whatever we need, but you cannot go out there."
Yeah,
And
I remember when New York had their blackout. I remember that.
that was in 2003, and it's the same blackout I'm talking about. I think it said 50. Was it 50 million people affected? 100
Yeah, because they
deaths.
was crossing, because people were crossing the walking across the bridge and stuff. Because it
Yes.
wasn't no traffic lights or nothing, so people was walking across the bridge. I remember that.
Yes.
I remember when that
Yes.
happened. Yeah, but
And
like I said,
New
I'd never
Guru
seen it in
says,
Philly.
New Guru says, if one doesn't know how to thrive without electricity, it is a very good indicatory of domesticated indoctrination level, which would best be sorted out sooner than later. Yes, 100%. Like, I didn't need very many signs to get off the system. Like the last sign was that $1,800 electric bill when I was going through cancer. Like that was, we had been living without a well. And that's when my husband and I were like, you know what? F this. It's not worth it. It's not, I'd rather go like what we're doing, do it from scratch and learn to live without than to be forced to work up to death just to afford to have a roof and electricity. And you know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. Anybody watch the? Oh no, y'all can't see it. Something just shocked me on TV. I'm sorry.
What did you see?
All right, so you remember I don't know if you guys know about our GMA in Philadelphia. I mean
Yes.
our Good Morning America show when
Yeah.
Amy Roebuck and the black guy started messing around or whatever.
Michael Strahan or something?
No, not Michael Strahan. No. Michael Strahan did that show before they did with Keke Palmer.
Okay.
But after that, the black guy and Amy Roebuck was doing it, they started messing around. So I just seen two new people on the show, and it kind of shocked me because I was looking for Amy and the black guy, but I don't see them no more. I see another black guy and some white woman.
Oh, some TV personality got in trouble again. Story at 5.
That's crazy though. Like, how do you be on TV and let your business air all out on television?
That's what I'm talking about with those things.
Same way you do it on YouTube.
Huh? What you say, Danny?
I think she said.
I said the same way you do it on YouTube, and people would think you be lying like a motherfucker.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, like, but for the world to see though, like, I don't know, the world might not to see
Why
all of
not?
us.
The world has seen so much. There's
Mhm.
children who are younger than you who know what the black market is, and it has nothing to do with black people.
Actually, can you even
with white
shock the
people.
world anymore with any of this nonsense?
All it has to do is, can we get a fucking kidney across the slave trades of America without finding out about our dirty dealings and all kinds of nasty shit, just so we can present you, with a building where people wear these hats that look like thumb thimbles and little tassels on them, and be like, yes.
Danny, did you say the black market ain't had nothing to do with black people?
Yeah.
Who thought the black market had to do with black people, Danny?
Hey.
You would be surprised for
Hey,
how many people
Sai.
out here.
Serious?
Sai.
Yeah.
When I say black, I don't take it as a skin color. My black is dark. You can't even see this darkness.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about when you said
You can't see the darkness.
No, when you said black market and then you said black market don't mean black people.
It doesn't I did not say that. I said it does have nothing to do with black people.
Oh, that's what I thought you said. That's why I'm like, well, who thought that the black market had something to do with black people?
A lot
I'm
of
sure
people.
there's some out there.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
They
people
don't
are
know.
that ignorant, Sly.
Damn.
Yes, Sai.
Damn, I would never think that the black market meant it had something to do with black people.
Well, I'm sure there's quite a few people that do.
That's crazy.
Just like people think that black really means black and white really means white. But actually, in all reality, they're the opposite. And that's why you got a checkerboard. That's why you got observers who know how to put that checkerboard in its place where games are played, and they are played well without even playing the game.
Well, I don't label people. I try not to label people. I was indoctrinated into, and I try not to label people. I gotta take this call, guys.
All right.
I pushed decline by accident. I guess I ain't taking that call.
So you didn't want to talk to them anyway, right?
I guess not, right? Because I said I'm gonna take the call and went and pushed decline right away. Oh shit, that might have been my pizza. Hold up, let me.
I'm at your door. No, I don't want it. No, yes, I do.
I love making homemade pizza.
Yo, I got a pizza oven, but I don't have an oven it fits in that I'm using currently, so I can't use my pizza stone. No, pizza oven. I have a pizza stove.
You know what? I used different things for rolling pins because I was like, I don't know this kitchen, so I would use different things, that were similar, so that I can make a decent pizza.
Yeah.
You have to be a cave woman just to live in fucking America. All right? Especially if you enjoy camping like the old school way.
Yes, yes. Well, I like when people say we're going camping and they're hauling a trailer with them.
Right.
I thought you were going camping. I didn't think you were taking your home with you.
Hey, some people's home is just their whole body. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. You're up for adventure, you're up for adventure. That doesn't mean that adventure is up for anybody.
Right.
Maybe adventure doesn't want to go. Okay.
Okay,
Adventure's
I'm
got
back.
better things to do.
Was it your
It
pizza?
says, I got up on the left side of the bed
Yes.
today. Stop being a leftist. But my chocolate chip cookies were in reach. Damn you. There you go again, neglecting that vanilla. America. Oh my God, that was funny.
So guys,
That's good, Nate.
I just ordered a pizza and wings, right? But guess what I gotta do? I gotta put them in the oven to make sure they done. Ain't that some shit?
The
What?
girl's having,
Oh,
she's having some freaking
I
Italian
tell him
food
take
with
that
some
shit
southern
back.
fried chicken wings. And, you know, she's probably over there enjoying some kind of tea from a different country or some kind of cannabis from some kind of somewhere else. You know, that's culture. That's
yeah.
enjoying culture and appreciating people for who they are, no matter where they're from, no matter if they
Oh,
got struggles or they don't got struggles. It don't matter if you're rich or poor. I mean, do you enjoy eating food in peace? Or do you constantly want to eat your food and shit? I don't know. It's up to you. That's all I'm saying. It's all up to anybody to do for themselves what they gotta do. Why
It's
do
your choice.
I need to judge it? Why do they need to judge it? Why can't you just be? Why can't you just be?
you know what? When I left my parents and really went on my own path to search, first I did try to start with heritage. And when it came to my mom's side, I could follow her female lineage through a couple hundred years here, even down to Virginia, where apparently their boat landed, but I couldn't follow them back. And with her father, I couldn't go past the grandfather. So there was no specific area that I could turn to for the culture from that side. So I went looking the Puerto Rican way, and Puerto Rican generally is a mix of Spanish, indigenous, and black. So there's three other cultures now to look into. But it was really weird that from the Caucasian side, I could not, there was no, like, my culture detector never went off. To learn,
Because
go ahead.
I'm sorry, but because I just found out recently, Mary, that we were lied to all of this time about slavery started. Well, we were in high school or in school, we were taught that slavery started in Africa, when the truth is slavery started in the United States, and they started shipping the Indians and Puerto Ricans to different countries so they can start making light-skinned people.
Yeah, and then they show you it in the televisions with West Side Stories. You got the Jets and the Sharks. I mean, just think of it and a bigger picture.
Yeah.
Boy, crazy boy. Just
That
take
blew my mind though. When I heard that, slavery started in 1600, that's when slavery started. I didn't know that.
I mean, it doesn't matter what color you are to be a beatnik or to be anything you want to be. You have to be black or white to enjoy jazz. Is there not musical, cultural in every freaking culture that there is? Isn't there music? Is it their music? What's your music? If you got all that kind of DNA in yours, think about the music that would have to come together to play your fucking life out.
It would be a cacophony of sound, Danny.
I'm just like, God, please let me in the silence of my mind. Thank you.
Beethoven, Tchaikovsky, all those damn motherfuckers to be all rolled into one.
Right.
And you go,
Yeah.
what the hell, over?
Old rainbow farts. We're just starting.
Danny, what you grooving on this morning?
What am I
What is that?
grooving on? I'm grooving on some black tea with some mushroom powder and some strawberry iced cannabis, all rolled up in a spliff of
Okay.
wonderfulness.
That's
And
what it sound like. You sound like you are wonderfully vibing high.
girl, if I was inside your teacup today, you would be like, "Thank you, Lord."
Yes, girl. I hear it. I hear it.
And
And
here
then the
I am
Lord
over
would look
here
upon
sitting
you and
here in
be
my
like, "You
socially
even
sanctioned
know who
coffee.
the Lord is? You even know who the Lord is? Do you know the Lord? Because I don't know the Lord, but you would think, oh Lord." And I'd be like, "No, that's not the Lord. That's your clitoris.
Oh my goodness.
That's your
Look.
clitoris recognizing the abundance in motherhood. That's your clitoris." Right? And it's okay to have a glass of nice cold beer and some fried green tomatoes, even if you're a brown girl, or a white girl, or a tan girl, or a blonde chick, or a black chick, or a blonde guy, or a black guy, or a transvestite, or anything. I don't care.
Danny, who
Yeah,
done pissed you? Danny, who done pissed you off with these labels? Somebody done said had too many labels and you done heard it. Well, who did it, Danny?
It's the only people hearing a loud clashing cymbal as I speak right now.
not me.
Nude just
And
said
that,
now. Nude just
that's
said now he's getting educated.
right. And that's just like
Yeah, Nudie.
that's just like a dial tone. And I don't even have to tickle any fancies. They tickle themselves.
Yeah. Danny, that's so funny you said that because before I began trusting my own instincts, I'd be like, Lord, I'm going to a new area, man. I can't tell a liar from a truther to save my fucking life. Can you make the liar like stutter a little bit? Like that would really help me out, and trying to fit because in my life, so many people had the talent in their body to lie with a perfectly straight face and cry when needed. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm kind of walking around like, where are the real people? Will the real people please stand up?
That's when you just look inside yourself and say, yes, I am a miracle of life.
That's kind of
Yeah.
like I got a cousin. I've always nicknamed him Bullshitting Billy because he could sell you your own tennis shoes that were on your feet and you'd thank him for it.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And being like,
It's like my baby's dog. He told me, Danny, you're full of shit. And I said, it's only because you think my eyes are brown, but they're just a reflection of your blue. And
being
he's
like
like,
that, I
damn
take
it,
it.
Daddy. He said, damn it, Daddy, I fucking love you. And I fucking hate you. And I'm like, I know. I love you and I hate you too. But I have to have this baby with or without you, and I love you no matter what. Your decision is not my decision. My love is everlasting as long as I'm here. And if I have to be here without you, I will hold strong to that. Whether you're from the Navy, whether your cultural people wanna sell you out, or you feel like you're selling out because you're hurting and you want full disclosure of what you fought for all your life was a little peace of mind and happiness, and I was the last of that, well then it is an honor to know that I will love you last, but it will not be by myself. It will be by others' recognition of you to bring me into that love of comfort and knowing that God, Creator, that rest with my people, recognize your people.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
that's it. And that's it, motherfucker. Because you know why? Because your people are my people. Because you are RH negative. And if you were a positive, that's the fucking reason why I'm negative. Because nothing in this atom field of wonderfuck would exist.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have my people get a hold of your people so our people can talk to your people and their people can talk to the other people who know the other people who know the other people.
And that's
then
a
maybe
lot of
finally the
people.
world will go
That's
away.
a lot of people in our people in Oregon, Gary. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. And I don't even consider it a small world anymore. It's just like, hey, small world, welcome to my bigger picture. Welcome to my bigger picture.
Yes. Yes. I used to think it was a small world. I don't anymore. And so that's why I don't ever engage in the shape of our reality. That's like the ant arguing about the fucking giants that walk above them.
Hey, if you believe that shit, then you'll never ever grow to appreciation of why you have stretch marks on your body and why some people don't. You'll be like, oh fuck, I am Mother's Nature. My skin looks like the bark of a tree. My trunk actually looks like a tree. Because it stands in its roots of its foundation and the children that it strived and branched out for in so many ways that you couldn't even graft this in.
Couldn't imagine it, right?
It's done so well that only the fine details were only seen by a holy eye.
Mm-hmm.
And it has nothing to do with One Eye Willie. And if you really believe in the holes in the wall where the men can see it all, you wonder what is above that with level-headedness, and you think you have cornerstone problems?
Oh my god, that movie Porky just popped in my mind. Thank you, Ben. How did she do that?
That's all, folks.
That's all, folks.
That's funny. This is the free thinking that comes with walking out of indoctrination.
True. Yeah, I had to bounce for a bit there. Sorry, I had my roommate I had to talk to, so I didn't mean to disappear on y'all when we was talking.
We're just talking.
Well, don't ever let it happen again, damn it.
Righty, strike one.
How dare you put us people who are on YouTube and we have never met before on pause?
Yeah, you act like your family and
like
you
we're some 60-minute man.
Yeah, I'm so offendified.
Okay, what do you want? Some sunlight, some blue skies? I don't have blue skies. Well, I kind of do, but they're cloudy. What do you want?
I could pretend blue skies.
So you got blue cloudy skies.
Oh, yours are way bluer than mine. I got gray lead over here. Thinking there's an alien ship that landed over here somewhere.
I got diffused sunlight.
Yeah.
But the real question is it dazed and confused?
Dazed and alienized.
It is, because it should be hotter. The sun should be hotter right now. So
it's the white sun, though, Mary. It's the white sun. There's a yellow and a white sun.
Sees it, Mary. Sees it.
Yeah.
I see it.
Sees the sun.
Look at that honky little white sun.
I haven't seen a yellow sun since I was a kid. It's always white now. And it's like
Mhm.
when I was a kid, the sun was always either yellow, orange, or red. Never this white shit.
Yeah,
Good
it's
point.
very
Yeah.
strange. It's like it's not even the sun, like it's the moon. Even if it's at night, it's the moon.
Mm.
Some people say it's a sun generator.
Well, it's a revolver. It's an energy source. It's a portal. It's a gate. It's all kinds of things.
Well,
And
I just
sometimes it lets you see through it and see what's on the other side if you're paying attention.
well, the biggest thing for me is if it really is a sun generator, then when and how did they put it up there, and what happened to our real sun?
That is a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's
my
like the gyroscope to your center point, Larry.
And the biggest thing is if something did happen to the sun, how in the hell are we still here?
Right?
Yes.
Okay, I guess it's not really a question, it's a theory. I
Right.
think it's
But
too
then,
dim and then
but
okay,
then
sorry,
again,
go.
I don't believe our Earth is round, and I don't believe it's flat. I know it's a damn box because haven't you heard of the four corners of the Earth? Damn it!
Thank you, Larry. This is what I have tried to tell people before, that I came out of a four corners of a box, and I'm here now. But it's so weird because I feel ginormous, and I'm very little at the same time.
I love her singing.
Oh, you
You
got a
do.
horsey? You got a horsey?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you singing to us?
Sing what I
Yeah.
So cute.
She loves horses, and her grandma took her to ride her first pony not too long ago. So she got a miniature pony ride.
That's cool.
Nice.
I like those little
Linda, were
ponies.
you going to talk about a theory?
Well, I kept thinking while Larry was talking, I'm not sure there's any substance to it, so I won't waste you guys' time. That could be
Is
the
that
weed
like
talk.
that moment where you write out a long comment and then you think about it and erase the whole thing?
I do that, don't I?
Yeah, I do that too all the time.
I've had to do that a lot because people did not think I was coming from a certain point of view. And I'm like, that's because that's your point of view that you're pointing at me with, and I'm not even going there. So here, let me try a different point of view to angle your point of view back at
I've
yourself.
watched that with you,
Yeah.
Danny, in the chat rooms. I've watched that
Right?
myself. I've seen that. Yeah.
Because if you took me at face value, that's kind of silly.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
I know that.
I like when people use that phrase. Now take this at face value. Why? If I dig deeper, I'm going to find something I don't want. I don't want to take it then. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want you to have to offer if I have to take it at face value.
All right, y'all, you just confused the fuck out of me. I thought value was like, but you're. Never mind. Fuck it. I'm too stuck.
Listen, if someone takes you at face value, they're basically saying they don't care about the depth of who you are.
Mm-hmm.
When you take something at face value, that someone's telling you, don't look deeper into what I'm telling you. I want you to take what I'm telling you about it, which is the
Oh, see,
face we're putting on it.
I looked at value like an employer is going to pay me. What's my value? And then my worth would be my ego. But maybe I got that back afterwards. I don't fucking know.
See, what I have. Sorry, Linda, when I have went to work and come back to work and been to work, I'm like, I left my values in their eyes that they thought they had behind their heads. I learned my values, and I applied my values, and I left it there, and then I went home.
Got you.
And I learned my values, and I applied my values, and I went back to work.
Right.
And people would never look at me to think, "What'd you do, Danny? Were you a stripper?" I've heard that from many people, and I'm like, no, just because I say I love to dance does not mean I'm a stripper.
That's so rude of an assumption, isn't it?
They're okay, Saxa. They're just adulting.
Well, it would be rude until, you think about it and you're like, you're right. If that's what you're doing, if you're going to school, great, because you want to value yourself, great.
Yeah, I would like school first.
Great.
Yeah.
It is not my problem. It's not my problem. If men want to go to those places and waste all the family money and then look at you like, you gotta get another job, it's not working.
Right, my perception is everyone has a different definition of value and worth. Am I perceiving this correctly?
No, you're right. When I use the term face value, I use it in that social term that other people have used it.
Okay.
Have you ever had someone say to you an opinion that they tell you to take at face value?
Oh yeah, I don't know. That's fluff for me. I don't.
So what that means is, what do we all see in each other? Our faces, right? The outer part.
Well,
And
see,
the only
that's
way
why.
you know what's inside is if you dig, if you talk to them, if you converse.
Yeah, face value.
So when someone says take it at face value, they're literally telling you, don't dig deeper because I don't want you to.
That's like when you read a book and you don't know the word and you jump over it and you try to continue reading it. You're not grasping the whole content. I think that's what happened.
It's like most people, they read their Bible over and over and over and over and over, and people would question if they really read their Bibles, and it's like, you're questioning me?
Well, no, I think that me and my husband got into this disagreement when we first got together because we would have these type of conversations. And I would come at it more of a philosophical point of view. But the conversation would be about the Bible and the people who believe in the Bible. And he would say something like, if you really want to like reach them, you got to like memorize it and be able to throw scripture at them. And I really bucked up against that suggestion because what is indoctrination? You got to memorize their way of doing it, repeat it, get tested on it, right? And then eventually you'll get paid for your efforts in doing a job within the system because you've already jumped the hurdles and you made it. Oh, I'm going to be a good sheep. Can I have a good job?
Yeah. We all have to learn how to clean toilets. I hope so.
I would hope so too.
I know. It's nothing shameful. I mean, do you feel it degrading when you wipe your own asses? I don't know. I hope not. I don't need to bend over and have somebody wipe my ass right now, but there's been times before where I was literally not capable of doing that.
Yeah.
And thank God for the people who were around me at the time who respected my body. Because there's been many people in my life who have not.
Right.
And I'm still here. Right. I've seen it all happen. I have memory. If you hooked my eyeballs up to a computer, you would see some shit. You'd be like, damn, Daddy. These eyeballs are so valuable to the American United States government that we had to put you in Oregon just to take your eyeballs when you died. Because we could value and appreciate your insight on the subject.
I love your accent. That was on point.
It can't get. I just can't figure out which state. It's just crazy. I think it's a
Seems to
blend.
fit them all almost.
I hear a little southern New Mexico, but then I hear that Texan. I don't know, girl. We,
Here's
It
how
was
I
great.
look
It
at
was
it.
perfect. It encompassed all the politicians I know of that made those
Well, here's the
inclinations.
thing of it, guys. I saw when I was younger, 17. I took a drive. I was almost 18. I took a drive with my grandma and my uncle out to Albuquerque, New Mexico, onto this ranch owned by a family member. You know,
Boy,
and
I'll tell you,
it's
if
the
I
first time. It's the first time in my life I heard voices like this man and this old lady's voice. But there was nobody in that house. There was nobody around. There was nobody there. I was playing Tetris. And these people started having a conversation. And in their conversation, my head went to a different level where I can see, but it was like weird way I could see. The guy says, "She sees us." And he starts laughing, and I start laughing, and the chick gets freaked out. The older lady gets freaked out that I could hear them, that I could respond. I thought they were like in the kitchen, so I go looking in the kitchen. I go looking everywhere. They're not there. I sit back down, and there they talk like they're right there.
wow. My grandchildren responded like that when they were under 5. They would be laughing and looking like up, and then look back down like they squatted down to them. And I would just sit. I videotaped it before, and I just sit there and admire the situation. As long as like, my grandchildren were never in fright, they weren't, distraught. Yeah,
Hmm
I've experienced
Well,
that
I've
through.
seen my mom's ancestors and my dad's ancestors. I've seen them. I could tell you what they look like, what they smelt like, what what they were wearing. And my mom says you can't. They didn't exist when you were born. They already had passed on. I'm like, well, how do I remember them? How can I tell you about them? Because she don't talk about it.
Yeah, it's a flip, right? It's like previous life, or you had an open channel with, it could be either or. It's interesting, though, to say the least.
Weird shit. Weird shit within families, and families. I can't tell you how to live your life. I can't vote for your government. I can't do these things. I don't, nor do I fucking want to.
hmm
You don't know where I came from, and you don't know where I exist right now. It's the weirdest shit to me.
Yeah.
well, the biggest thing for me is if we actually had a choice, that'd be one thing. But our vote and our choices don't matter at all because the decisions were made long before that year's voting came out. They know who's going to be in power.
Right?
Yep.
And I really believe that we don't really have a government. All we have is the military, and the military is pretty much running the country.
Yep.
Yeah, but you're dealing with military that come from all kinds of different weird fucking cultures.
Oh, yeah.
With communication problems. On top of that, mental problems. On top of that, trauma. Devastation. On top of that, slash entertainment and some kind of physical, self-loathing, happiness.
And every time it seems like the people who are free thinkers gain any kind of numbers, some kind of BS comes out trying to involve all people in some kind of worldly catastrophe. And
They're trying to figure out how they could sell that back to you.
exactly.
It's like you
Your
can't sell
guru
that
says
shit
it
to me.
matters not
That
so
shit's
much.
already here. It's been here. It's done that.
Go ahead, Danny.
Did we lose Danny?
I think she hit the wrong button. She left.
Oh, okay. I'll read the comment. It matters not so much whether the earth is flat, round, or triangle. What is most important is whether or not you blindly believe it is either, just because someone else told you to. Absolutely. That's what drives me up a wall is people will listen to other people and not do their own research, not do their own intake of knowledge in so much as they can make their own decisions about whatever the topic is.
Yeah.
Crazy ass chicken of mine keeps trying to lay her egg in my compost.
Huh. That's good. It's going to keep it warm there. She knows.
Oh, man. I put cardboard over it. I made it harder for her, but she's just like, nope, I'll work with this. Right.
New Guru says truth needs neither faith, belief, nor trust. Lies do. Never forget this.
I like this guru.
Yeah, he's always got some words of wisdom.
Yes, he sure does.
And I definitely appreciate your time, dude.
Yes, we do.
And then your little truth bombs you drop.
Well, that's a given.
And I really think that what is going on in society is that it's so ego driven that people don't even understand that it's their ego that's arguing or making loud noises or getting followers. Dude, I don't want nobody following me. I don't even know where I'm going, you know?
Aww.
New Guru says, I appreciate you guys too. Nice relaxing place to enjoy with good peeps while work on some projects. Thank you, New.
Oh, thank you very much.
Life doesn't all need to be negative, right?
I guess I'm ruining my image, pretending I'm a nice guy when I'm really not. So.
Thank you for clarifying that it isn't all me.
Oh shit! Did I just give myself up? Oh shit! I did it again. I gave myself up.
You sure did.
Thank you, though. It's on the record. I got a receipt now.
Yeah.
It's better to know than not to know.
And the timestamp is 5 hours, 7 minutes, and 46 seconds.
Wow, it went by fast.
So
That's
just,
funny.
for your record, so you know exactly when to look.
Mm-hmm. If you need to hear it again, right?
Yep.
20.
And gladly use it against me at a later date and time.
Okay.
That's funny.
But you know that's not my nature.
I like
but I'm
the
glad
way
we
you
got that
said
cleared up.
it. That was perfect the way you said okay.
It came from the heart. So yesterday I was listening to Freedom and he's he's just playing and I'm working around the yard and I go, ooh, it'd be a good time to take picture, little clip short and put up a short. And I'm got my eye on the rooster. And the first video I did, he's walking around with the chickens and I hadn't replayed it, so I didn't know. So then the second one I did, it was the rooster just stops. And for 39 seconds, he's sitting there listening to the music. It is hilarious. And then he just goes about his business. So I'm in Freedom's chat and I'm like, hey, Freedom, I was videoing and I had you in the background. I completely forgot. I guess in a roundabout way with a bunch of fluff. I was asking if he minded if I posted it. Excited. I wouldn't want to do once I played it. Oh damn, didn't know that was on there. And it was perfect.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's super funny.
Because most
It's
of my
like when you're
videos are
watching TV or something, and then the dog starts watching TV with you.
yeah,
And you're
it
like,
was
are
so
you
good.
really watching TV or are you just copying me? Should I be offended or amused?
Well, the funniest thing
His-
like was this. He'll lay here most because I got pretty good stereo, and we usually watch our movies fairly loud and stuff. And most of the time, he'll just lay on the carpet, like have his face towards the door. But every once in a while, certain movies, he'll look up and he'll stare at the TV for about a minute or two, like, "Oh shit, what the hell's going on now?"
uh,
Pretty funny.
that is funny. Cats
I
are
think.
funnier. They'll jump at the TV, I see.
Oh, one day we were watching this UFO video, and our cat, man, it freaked out. It jumped up right next to the TV, and its little head was following that UFO all over the place. And I told her, I'm like, get that cat. He's going to bat at my screen. I know he is. She never did, though. And then it went away, and she just kind of like went, huh, and then jumped down.
That's funny.
I thought for sure, though, my TV was going to get whacked.
Right? Don't need that.
Now I could barely afford this one. Took me 2 months to save up. So I told her last night, we've been watching a few people on YouTube about owner financing land. And I told her, I said, all right. I'm like, if we really buckle down, I'm like, we could have a piece of land in 2 to 3 years, because most of these places are only like, maybe if that 500 down and 2 or 300 a month or whatever. Some of them are $99 a month. I'm like, we need to figure out where we want to go.
Mhm.
And then I'll get my bike going and start making some extra money, and we'll put it all in an account, to get ready to get a place. We just need to figure out where we want to be, because once we're going there, I ain't moving.
Right. I hear that, Larry.
She's kind of going back and forth between Oregon and Arizona. And she kind of wants to go to Arizona because her family's down there, but I'm like, it's too hot down there.
Depends on where you're at in Arizona.
I
They have
think they're by,
mountains in Arizona, right?
I think they're by
North of it,
Mesa,
more
Arizona.
comfortable.
That's where I think her family's in Mesa, Arizona.
Oh yeah, she'd be down here with me.
Is that the hot area, Linda?
Oh, Mesa, yeah, that's in the center of Arizona, closer to the not in the bottom, but we're in the center. Phoenix,
Right.
Mesa, Tempe. That's about, depending on traffic, 20-30 minute drive from me. Mesa is.
Yeah, the only problem I've been seeing is most of these properties are pretty desertly.
Yep. That's where I'm at, kind of desert like.
Oh, they looked worse than yours.
You could be
I
on
mean,
the outskirts.
it looks like you're some. I mean, like I said, we've looked all over the place, and the reason why most of these places are so cheap just because it's going to be hard to put something there.
Right.
I mean,
Well,
there's
that's
some properties I've seen basically just like on the side of the mountain, just like, oh, this is your acre, but all it is cliffs and trees and cliffs and more trees.
Right.
But you can get it for $2,000, or whatever.
So you pulling my leg? You saw that?
How
For
hard do you want
$2,000?
it pulled?
Huh?
How hard do you
Just a
want it pulled?
little pull because I don't want to fall off my chair.
She's talking to somebody else.
No, I'm talking to you, Mr. Larry.
Well, you asked, well, how hard am I pulling your leg? And I asked you how hard you wanted me to pull it.
Did you really see land for, you said 2,000 for cliffs and trees?
Basically, yeah. Well, I don't know
Do
if
you?
that was the price, but I'm just
Okay.
saying the real cheap ones are places where you can't really do nothing with.
Yeah. Because I was all over that, man. My ears perked the hell up. I'm like, what? What?
Oh, there's
I know.
some of these places that look beautiful, but it'd just
Sorry.
be hard to, you'd have to do a lot of clearing. It'd be a lot of work.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind working, but I don't want to work 3 years just to be able to
Well, that's
build
where you go.
something there. What's that?
I said that's where you go and you find volunteers or you hire people and you get it cleared out.
Yeah.
Like Nubs was talking.
Well, it's about water too, and whether you got water there. So that's got to be part of your looking process.
What I was gonna get at, there's a lot of river bottom and you just don't know, they get washed out.
Yeah,
that stuff makes
that too.
You seen this? I can't remember where it was, where this property was. She said that she wouldn't live there, but it was beautiful. It was like 40 or 50 acres with a log cabin and stream. You're echoing, Linda.
Alrighty.
But anyway, yeah, it was beautiful.
I'll go out and come back in.
All right. I wonder why she always has that problem. It's weird.
Oh no, that is weird.
And it just started here in the last few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Maybe
more
that algorithm again.
Just more ways of messing with us, I think.
Yep. For sure.
It was supposed to rain today, but it's kind of nice right now, so I'm thinking I'm going to maybe work on my bike here in a little bit. She's back.
Cool, because I'm going to
Gotta
step away
roll
just for a
with it.
second.
Oh. But it did take a while, didn't it? Did you hear me?
What took a while?
Before I started, my audio started messing up.
Oh, yeah, that time, yeah, it was one of your better broadcasting experiences.
Yes. Hallelujah. Shit, my neighbor's dogs are being loud today. They're all working. That's not my yard. My yard's chilled. We have found balance.
That
was kind of funny watching earlier because I think even my compound knew that the Roosters were gone, so he knew it was going to be a new game. So he's been going up to each girl and not really, I don't know, I guess a chicken's way of courting. Does a little circle around him, tries to peck at stuff, and then she'll peck at stuff. And Lucy, the pheasant looking one, she was the first one, which was funny because she was the one asking most traumatic about having a rooster in the first place. Which was forcing her to go on her soul walks. She hasn't done that in a while, but it was cute watching her hang out with him and go wherever he was going. It's like,
their little character chickens are like, we got this one here, her name's Girlfriend, and she's just a character, and she acts like, all this place is her place, and she runs it the way she wants to run it. And when she hears people outside, she'll come running to you, and if you don't pay attention to her, she'll fucking peck at your ankle. And all you got to do really is say hi to her. You're like, already.
I've been working on the garden. I had to change a couple of the chicken wires, make them a little higher, since we got growth starting now. That's what I
Yeah.
was doing earlier when I had my mic off. We were in deep talk.
Yeah, you're echoing again.
Son of a bitch. Sorry.
Oh wait, maybe it stopped. Yeah, now it stopped.
I don't fucking know.
That's weird. That's the first time that's happened.
Somebody doesn't like me.
Yeah. Or maybe it's this broadcast.
Maybe it's
You know,
my energy. You know how you can turn light people. I don't know if you heard of this, but I've known people that walk by a street light and that son of a bitch go off. You turn the
yeah.
radio on and there's like interference. I don't know. Maybe it's something like that. Not saying it is. I'm saying maybe. Hush! Give that doggy a biscuit. Holy smoke!
Well, we all are a living force, and we do all have magnetism to us. Just some of us has more than others.
Yep. I couldn't believe they wanted a little tiny bale of Timothy hay for $32 at that feed.
I believe it.
I asked if they had the black fly larvae that's more healthier for your chickens than the mealworm. They're like, nope.
Interesting.
Be at hand while I was there. So if you think about it, if I sold them back the chickens, I'm really amazed how they got this. They're doing this. If I sold the chickens back and they gave me $15, that means that they're gonna probably double, if not even, like $30 to $40 for a rooster to sell it to get a profit.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, now you got your new business.
Well, the kids kind of looked at me funny, so I can only work with what I can hatch, I
Have they ever
suppose.
done that before?
Oh yes, in the past. Oh yes, that's how all my flocks. I've gotten all my flocks from Pratt's, and I don't know. They honor it because they realize that there's going to be more roosters, and they can't.
Right. I hear that.
This time, oh, that reminds me. Thank you. They did do something different. Used to be able to get store credit, which I was all that we're getting ready to do, by getting my feed. And she's like, "No, we have a new system where we write you a check." They wrote me a check. I'm like, "Oh, okay." $30 is $30. So
That's weird.
yeah,
You think they'd spend more doing that than they would just giving you credit?
I was not in I didn't want to question on it. I was just like, I have a bank account. It's not a problem.
Right.
Like, I was appreciative. Yeah, I did feel that was, a red flag kind of popped up on my head. And was like,
In light of what's going on, that is fucking weird.
yeah. So I needed to share that. So I thought I'd put that out there. And they had quail. They had a lot of quail. So that turnover on the quail is really good right now. Yeah, I was surprised. If I was them, I'm just saying, I would be growing out some of them chicks for some roosters.
Right?
Buster.
Yeah, they have goats and lambs and pigs and ducks and peacocks and.
Yep, spring's coming fast.
A little bit. It's a feed store and a pet store. Because inside
Oh,
you've got your
okay.
rabbits. Let's see what else have they had in there. Guinea pigs. They've got
Wow.
their exotic birds. And then along one little wall, they have reptilians, the reptilian snakes and lizards and so forth. That's kind of nice. I mean, they've been there forever and a day. So
That's pretty cool, though.
We got a feed store that's not too far up the street. That's a feed store and a hardware store all in one.
Wow,
yeah,
that's
it's
pretty
family owned. It's family owned, and they're closed on Sunday. And it says right on their sign, "We're in church." I just laughed. I was like, "Well, that's I can respect that. You know, I'll see you Monday." We did.
We have an Ace Hardware out here that's pretty good. And they're also
I do too.
half a day Saturday and all day Sunday are closed.
Ours is a Walt. I like them. They're pretty good. They were funny when I went in. I said, "It says you have chicken feed." He's like, "Yeah, I don't understand why the website does it. Because they know we don't have it on the shelf, but we can order it for you." I laughed. He says, "Now, if you're going to come in regularly, I'll keep it on the shelf." I said, "No, dear, don't knock yourself out." I just, was trying to get something. It was a Band-Aid bag, I call them.
Oh, yeah.
How's
that's
my
right, I
rabbit?
remember that.
Oh dear, we do have a pregnant mama. I told him I can read this shit. Okay, y'all want to go in? You want to see what's going on? What I'm talking about? Yeah, oh my god, the one with the lumpy ears. Okay, well, I called it. I'm ecstatic. We don't have babies yet. Well, she's done. Here, look at my camera on. Doing all this.
How long do they gestate?
And you see how she's picking her fur and making a nest?
Mm-hmm.
Can you see her fur back there? Is my camera right?
Yeah, I can see it.
That means she's getting ready to do.
You're bargain.
You borged out. You're telling us too much information.
Water bottle.
I don't see no blood trail or anything. I won't go messing.
How long do they carry?
I think it's 21 days too.
21 days?
21. I believe it's like in that area too. It's like 21 days to.
Well, haven't you ever heard the expression "breed like rabbits"?
Seriously, that's fast.
Hi, baby. That explains why you've been moody. Okay, mama. Okay, mama. What you doing over here? Chilling. Hey, you're daddy. You're daddy. You want a carrot?
Wow.
He's like, all I did was have sex. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. He's like, just bring on the carrot. I don't know why he does that to his feeder. They all do that. It's weird. All right. That's enough of that. That was exciting for me, though. Hope it was exciting for you.
I need to find a female pig for my Wilson.
Because what I was going to do is if she wasn't pregnant, okay, if they didn't do the deed, if it didn't take whatever, I was going to let her go ahead and continue to mature. Because I got them as babies, you know?
Right.
I was going to wait till next season. Breed her in the winter. So she don't have to deal with the heat.
Right.
I don't have to deal with the heat. So now that she is, I mean, I'm glad she's having them now.
Mm-hmm.
they should be pretty much grown out to. Yeah, it's all gonna work. I think. I mean, my head's saying, yeah, it's all timing out pretty good. Unless they hit us with a heat wave, and then I'm gonna have bunnies in the house.
I think I picked where I want the next garden. So
Yeah.
from there we gotta like post it out and stuff for the pigs so they can start doing their thing over there.
I'm over here staring at the pile, waiting to see if it's wiggling. 'Cause I want to disturb it. I'm a goofball.
Maybe I'll take some. I don't know because of the rabbits. I can't do that.
What's that?
I was thinking about throwing some seeds in the area where I want to move the pigs to, so they'll have a little bit to forage.
Well, why
But if
wouldn't you want to do that? Yeah, that's where I was going with that.
the amount we have cottontails and jackrabbits here.
Shoot, you don't want to bring them in. I get you.
Yeah.
No, not unless you're gonna rabbit fortify. Well, aren't you fortifying? Blah blah.
I
You
would
know what
have
I'm
to
trying
do
to
it
say.
ahead of time. That's what I'm saying. I'd have to like create the whole corral for the pigs, plant the seeds, and then move them in like 2 months. That's if I want to do it that way, so that the rabbits can't get in and eat what I'm trying to do. Once we fence in the 2 acres, though, it won't be so hard because then I'm fencing out the rabbits too.
Yeah. Oh damn. I don't know how long from the time that she picks. Is that what you were asking me? From the time she picks her fur to when she drops? Or were you asking
No,
me
how
from the
long
time
do
they
they
do the
carry?
deed? Yeah,
How
how
long?
long you taking the deed? That's what I thought you did. Because it just dawned on me. I have another time. I'm sure it's trying. I need to go educate myself. It didn't stick. So there's another time slot from when they pick that fur. So we're supposed to have 80% rain tomorrow, and you see how she's near. I mean, I got tarp, but that's not the point. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
thought it was days with a dog. Like once you start seeing the behavior, it's within days that they have their babies. And when Daisy had her first litter, it was moments, not days. So I would definitely look that up real quick.
I'm on it. I came and sat down. I'm like, okay, I can't even wait. I need to know now.
Yeah, because I thought I was like, okay, now I can get ready. Oh shit, they're starting. You know what I'm saying? That's how quick it happened.
Well, I'm all ready. We're gonna wash out the dog kennels, and that way they don't roll out of the cages or anything.
Yeah.
Well, I only need one. I mean, damn, there's only one of her. But you get what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Set her up in one of those, and that way she can have her privacy too.
That's why we got males first. Excuse me. We have to make farrowing buildings for the piggies because they will lay on their babies if there ain't enough room.
Oh, gotcha.
So that's why we got the daddies first, so that we could get used to them, and we had time then to build a farrowing area for her. Because I want to add her the sun. The sun is way too intense for her and the babies during that period.
Build a wall.
Well, they're permanent home.
Leaner. I want to build a leaner for my rabbits, so they have shade on the south side, but they still have airflow. Kind of like what I do on my bedroom wall with that shading.
Right. See, ours will face the north, so the back wall is completely insulated from the heat and everything to try to keep that building at its coolest.
Yeah.
So it'll be open, kind of open on the 3 sides to allow airflow with ways to close it in during inclement weather.
Makes makes
Because the
sense.
mama farrowing area is going to be very near to the house. Because I'll have to watch her, you know.
I should get a reward for asking the longest question to Google.
After lunch. Drink some water.
Says if your rabbit is nesting, it will most likely give birth within a week. And if your rabbit begins to pull its fur out, anticipating that its babies will be born within the next day or two, most rabbits give birth at night. So be prepared to wake up to litter.
Huh.
Well, we
Glad
know
you
what
looked it
Linda's
up
gonna be.
there, Linda.
We know what Linda's gonna be busy with. Oh, I can't wait to see them. That's gonna be fun. I haven't had that experience yet. I've had the rabbits. First time I had the rabbits, they were meters. They were big, big, big rabbits, and I got overwhelmed with stuff, and I thought I was possibly moving, which obviously didn't happen, but nonetheless. So I sold them on Craigslist, and I found this sweet couple who had retired, and they had bought a piece of land, and they were doing they want to do the whole rabbit thing. Well, my girls were pregnant, but they hadn't dropped yet. And I didn't know they were pregnant, actually, to tell the story correctly. She calls me up like 3 weeks later and says, "Oh, because I had them named such and such dropped her babies, and it was Thunder's babies, and he was all black." And I said, "Oh, what is this babies look?" Oh, they were beautiful. And I was like, "Wow!" I go, "You got a bonus." And they have the most beautiful babies. Yeah, they have a big, big rabbit hatchery thing going down now. Yeah, one summer she asked me if I would, so they could go on vacation. It was actually it's funny. The summer before COVID hit, she asked me if I would watch the rabbits while they went on vacation because she had bought cruise tickets and all.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah, but never got this experience, you know. So this is gonna be fun.
And only one, right? Only one is doing that right now?
Yes.
Cool. Because when I had the puppies last year in May,
good Lord,
the ones we planned, it was still overwhelming, but within like 2 weeks of those puppies being born is when the chickens decided to have a nest of
get off
how
the
many
point.
babies? 10 babies. I think 10 babies the chickens had. So one, you know, 10. That was our magic number last year, 10, because the dog had 10 babies and the chicken had 10 babies. We got the pig and
I'm praying for a small litter. My dog, when she had her litter here, she had 7. So I guess that'd be the number we'd be rolling with. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm curious myself. And I just bought this new food too. For them. It's on sale. I gotta figure out what. You look sleepy as hell, Frankie.
Go drink your water. Then you can have orange juice after lunch.
All right, you guys. I think I'm gonna get outside here pretty quick and start working on my bike.
All right. You have a good day, Larry, Linda. You have a good day. Always great talking to you guys.
Yep. We'll see you later on. If nothing else, always tomorrow when it's coffee hour.
All righty. We'll see you then.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.